Chapter 41-22. In his mind, the system notification of the devouring progress kept ringing. Yi Xian's heart also gradually rose to his throat as the number of system notifications increased. The devouring progress was very slow. It was obvious that the devouring system in Yi Xian's body was not very relaxed when it came to devouring this mutant-grade ordinary galactic superbrain. This situation immediately made Yi Xian's heart sink even more. He was afraid that an unforeseen accident would happen. After a full hour, the system notification of the devouring progress in his mind finally ended. However, what made Yi Xian dumbfounded was that the devouring progress had already reached 100, but the result of the devouring this time was still uncertain whether it was a success or a failure. This was because he soon heard a different system notification. After completing the devouring of this mutant-grade ordinary galactic superbrain, the immortal-grade galactic superbrain in Yi Xian's personal galactic communication system actually entered hibernation. As for whether the devouring result was a success or a failure, it would have to wait until it finished its hibernation and woke up again before it could be determined. What made him even more speechless was that this so-called hibernation did not have a time limit. The time estimate given by the system was still unknown. In other words, its hibernation could be just for one night, or it could be 8 to 10 years. This time, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He was not in a hurry to do anything with the upgraded personal galactic communication system, but the key was that this matter was of great importance. Whether the devouring result this time was a success or a failure, his heart was already in his throat. In the end, after waiting for so long, this was the situation. His heart that was in his throat would not be able to calm down for a while. Who knew how long it would last? This was simply tormenting people, causing Yi Xian to feel like he was about to go crazy. Unfortunately, at this point, no matter how crazy he was, it would not change anything. With a helpless smile, Yi Xian could only force himself to calm down. After a while, he walked out of the underground galactic network central control center with a gloomy expression. As soon as they returned to the ground, Naples, who had left first, came up to them with a strange look on his face. Before Yi Xian could ask, he said, "Young master, Sky River Planet Superbrain has turned into a zombie. It seems that we have to find a way to buy another one. What do you mean?" When Yi Xian heard this, he was stunned and felt a little confused. He naturally understood what Naples meant. Administrative planets like the Sky River Planet required a superbrain to act as the central intelligence of the star web. Even if the one on the Sky River Planet had not been devoured by Yi Xian, it was obviously useless. It had already turned into a zombie and mutated. Who could use it? Rest assured. The reason why Yi Xian was stunned was because he didn't think that this was a problem that he or Naples should consider. The Sky River star belonged to an immortal dynasty, so why bother? Even if they wanted to purchase a new normal superbrain, it was the Eternal Dynasty's business. We have already helped them get rid of such a big tumor like the universe zombies hibernating here. Is that not enough? We have even helped them clean up the interior of the Sky River Planet. Now we even have to buy a superbrain to help them replace it. Who do they think they are? If the Sky River Planet did not belong to us, we would naturally not have to care about this kind of thing. A superbrain is not something that can be found easily. Over the years, every force in the three main galactic planes needs a superbrain on every administrative planet. Over the years, almost every time a superbrain is found, it will be acquired by other forces. Naples obviously understood why Yi Xian was stunned. He immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. But even so, in the three main galactic planes, every force has more or less some administrative planets. There is no internal galactic network of the administrative planets at all, because there is no way to get a galactic network. The Central Galactic Superbrain. However, we can't ignore the fact that the Sky River Planet needs a new superbrain. Because you are now the master of the Sky River Planet. To be precise, you are the private owner of the Sky River Planet. Call yourself the master of the planet, call yourself the master of the planet, or even call yourself the king. As long as you are willing, you can do whatever you want. This news was even more surprising. Yi Xian's eyes widened in an instant. Huh? What's going on? I just received the news. Naples continued to explain. Just now, the immortal-level elder Longshantang from the Eternal Dynasty made a public announcement in the cosmic void outside the Sky River planet's atmosphere. He announced on behalf of the Eternal Dynasty that in view of the young master's help to solve the problem of the universe zombies for the human race and the Wanluo Federation, there is a huge hidden danger in the Sky River planet's bright starry sky. Therefore, the upper echelons of the Imperial Dynasty unanimously decided to transfer the ownership of the Sky River planet to you, young master. From now on, this life planet is no longer one of the administrative planets of a small country under the Eternal Dynasty. It has become private property and belongs to you alone. So generous. As soon as he heard that it was as he had guessed, Yi Xian's eyes widened even more. Such a thing had never happened in the history of the Eternal Dynasty. In the third universe, within the starry sky territory of the Eternal Dynasty, although there were countless life planets, they were divided into 3 empires. Under these 3 empires, there were hundreds and thousands of big countries. Under each big country, there were even more small countries. Under each small country, there were administrative planets. However, although these life planets belonged to small countries, big countries, or empires in terms of administration, in terms of ownership, without exception, they all belonged to the Eternal Dynasty. Even the princes of the Imperial Dynasty, the upper echelons of the Imperial Dynasty, and the elders did not have a life planet that belonged to them. This kind of situation was strictly forbidden in the Eternal Dynasty. Even if they were extremely powerful existences, even if they were immortal old monsters, at most, they would only have some mineral planets and abandoned planets that were not life planets. But now, the Eternal Dynasty had directly gifted a life planet to Yi Xian. Moreover, it was a life planet like the Sky River planet, which was quite enviable in terms of geographical location and wealth. Although it was given in the name of a reward on the surface, anyone could see that this was clearly a signal from the Imperial Dynasty to Yi Xian to repair their relationship. The upper echelons of the Imperial Dynasty on the Eternal Star were probably green with regret at this moment. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were pounding their chests. Now, they wanted to use this method to pull their relationship with Yi Xian back into the honeymoon period. Chapter 41-23. When Yi Xian came out of the star passage in the atmosphere of Sky River planet, a new press conference had already begun in the void of the universe outside the atmosphere, although the organizer of this press conference was no longer Yi Xian, but the 2 human camps and the myriad Luo Federation. The ones who presided over the press conference were the 3 immortal realm old monsters, Long Shan Tang, Gong Huaji, and the elephant fox ferret. However, in fact, everyone knew that although the organizer was not Yi Xian, the real protagonist of this press conference was still him. This was because the theme of the press conference had always been about Yi Xian. In the void, the Federation citizens and experts from all over the universe did not leave. They had originally come from all over to watch Prince Xian. Although Prince Xian was gone now, Yi Xian had appeared out of nowhere. He had gone from being one of the 2 great monsters to being one of the 7 great monsters. He was even more heaven-defying. He was still an idol. Moreover, the enthusiasm of his fans was even higher than before. They were also more enthusiastic. Before this, those who could rush to the Sky River sector in such a situation were definitely people who liked to join in the fun, if not fanatical fans. And now, the Sky River sector had just experienced such a shocking change. Billions of people were watching from the 3 main planes of the universe. Now that the crisis had been completely eliminated, the next step was to celebrate. Under such circumstances, whether it was fanatical fans or people who liked to join in the fun, it was obviously impossible for them to leave. In fact, not only were they unable to leave, but countless experts and citizens of the Federation were also rushing over from the 3 main planes of the universe. Even some itinerant cultivators from the races of the Second Universe and the First Universe's Myriad Races Federation, on the rostrum of the press conference, the three immortal old monsters, Elephant Fox Martin, Gong Huaji, and Long Shan Tang, sat side by side. However, the one who spoke at this moment was Long Shan Tang. In fact, he was the only one working hard at this press conference. The Elephant Fox Martin was the representative of the Myriad Luo Federation, and Gong Huaji was the representative of the Tenju Celestial Palace. However, the Sky River planet that was rewarded to Yi Xian at this press conference belonged to the immortal dynasty of the human race's science and technology camp. Therefore, the most suitable person to speak was Long Shan Tang, who represented the immortal dynasty. In fact, even if that was not the case, this old man would most likely jump up and down on his own accord to perform. Because of everything that happened before, especially the fact that Yi Xian was forced to leave the dynasty, the emperors of the Imperial Elder Pavilion were all alarmed. They even seemed to have pinned the blame on Long Shan Tang. Now, the Undying Emperor had said that he would give up the Heavenly River Star, which was of great strategic importance, and give it to Yi Xian as a reward. This was clearly giving Long Shan Tang a chance. If he didn't grasp this opportunity well, he would most likely be punished when he returned. He didn't want to bear the wrath of an emperor. Just the thought of it was enough to make him shudder. That was why Long Shan Tang was so shameless at this moment. As if he was singing praises, he was talking non-stop on the rostrum of the press conference. Not to mention Yi Xian, the person involved, even the two immortal elders, the Elephant Fox Martin and Gong Huaji, who were sitting on Long Shan Tang's left and right. Strange, it was as if they were sitting on needles, their faces constipated. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the center of attention, he would have gotten up and left long ago. Long Shan Tang's goal was actually very simple. He didn't dare say that he would immediately make Yi Xian change his mind and return to the dynasty's embrace, but he had to at least make sure that he didn't have any conflicting emotions like before and was willing to interact normally with the dynasty. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself when he returned. Really, in order to achieve this, an Undying was actually so thick-skinned to do such a thing. There was probably no one else who could do such a thing. He's like a blazing sun that suddenly rose in a frozen universe, using his blazing heat to dispel the cold and melt the ice. He's like a bright star that suddenly floated in from a dark space, using his intense light to dispel the darkness and bring light. He's the eternal hero in our hearts. He's the savior of this universe. He's nurtured. As these emotional words came out of Long Shan Tang's mouth, they traveled thousands of miles through the large Starry Sky sound transmission system in front of the rostrum, reaching the surrounding void of the universe, as well as the Federation citizens and Starry Sky experts in various warships. Hearing, in an instant, the vast void within a radius of nearly 10 million miles fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's mouths were wide open, their faces were blank, and their bodies were motionless, as if they had just been struck by lightning. They were charred on the outside and tender on the inside, collectively petrified. Did this old fellow just get kicked in the head by an ant beast? Even Yi Xian's face was filled with shock at this moment, and his eyes were filled with confusion. As if he was talking to himself, he turned his head to look at Naples, the commander of the Victor's Legion, and asked with obvious uncertainty, also, who is this person he's talking about? The three great starry skies of the world. When did such a godlike figure appear in the main plane? Young master, he is talking about you. Naples's face twitched, and his expression was extremely strange. He replied in a muffled voice, looking at Yi Xian with eyes full of sympathy. Ha! Is this old thing talking about this Star Lord? Hearing this, Yi Xian subconsciously trembled all over, and his face instantly turned green. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately jumped out, pointed at the rostrum of the press conference in front of him with a face full of grief and indignation, and scolded sternly, "Forget about light and heat, I can endure the savior, but what the hell is this nurturing? This Star Lord doesn't have that ability at all, okay? Old thing, why don't you put this matter to rest?" Let's make things clear, today is not over. As his roar sounded, on the rostrum of the press conference, the immortal realm old monster Longshantang, who had been speaking with emotion and was on the verge of tears, suddenly stopped talking. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Yi Xian. After a short moment of sluggishness, the old guy seemed to have caught something, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face in an instant. His figure jumped up, and without even continuing the press conference, he directly walked out of his seat and rushed over to Yi Xian, asking in surprise, "Little friend Yi, what did you say just now? If I didn't hear wrong, this old man seems to have heard you call yourself this Star Lord." Chapter 41-24. Without a doubt, Yi Xian had been tricked. Everyone said that the older the ginger, the spacier, and this was indeed true. Longshantang was indeed an undying old monster who had lived for at least 10,000 years. Although he couldn't keep his face this time, at least he could answer to the emperors of the undying dynasty. After all, Yi Xian had been forced by him to publicly accept Yi Xian. Even if this didn't mean that he had mended his relationship with the undying dynasty, at least in the future, the dynasty would use all sorts of high-sounding reasons and excuses to contact Yi Xian in public, and he wouldn't be able to reject them anymore. And this was clearly the only progress that the Eternal Dynasty's upper echelons wanted to achieve by taking a step back. As long as they could do this, that group of old monsters would have a way to repair their relationship with Yi Xian step by step. They didn't dare to say that they could make him voluntarily return to the embrace of the dynasty, but returning to the honeymoon period wouldn't be a problem at all. After all, even an old man like Longshantang was already so cunning, not to mention that in the Undying Star, there were many older men than Longshantang. As one of the two super camps of the human race, the Undying Dynasty stood tall in the third universe and occupied half of the first universe's dimension for tens of thousands of years. They had all sorts of strategists, and if they couldn't even do this, they would be a laughingstock. The key was that Yi Xian had to give them a chance. As long as there was a chance, Yi Xian would be taken down by them sooner or later. Of course, if it was anyone else, or at any other time, the Undying Dynasty wouldn't treat a junior unaffiliated martial artist like this. But now it was different. Yi Xian represented the owner of the great providence of the world, and the three main dimensions were facing an unprecedented crisis. All the top races and powers were facing a test of life and death. Under such circumstances, no matter how serious they were, it wouldn't be too much. At this time, as Tang Longshan's deliberately loud voice was heard by everyone in the surrounding void, the voices calling out Star Lord Ye's name quickly converged into a frenzy that reverberated throughout the void outside the Sky River planet's atmosphere. Without a doubt, this matter was a foregone conclusion. Even if Yi Xian refused and explained himself, it would be useless. What was done. He had to take Sky River planet. If he didn't want it, it didn't matter. After all, everyone thought he already had it. "Old man, are you trying to trick me?" Faced with such a scene, Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. His eyes glinting as he stared at Longshantang, who was full of smiles, in front of him. Although he had already accepted in his heart, in the name of the Undying Dynasty, or in other words, a bribe. However, accepting it in one's heart was one thing, and accepting it in a formal manner was another matter entirely. Even if he still had to accept it in the end, Yi Xian originally planned to go through a bit more trouble before officially confirming this matter. For example, extorting some treasures from the Eternal Dynasty's treasury that were hard to find in the outside world as a condition for accepting this kind of disguised reward. He didn't feel any pressure for this kind of thing. Sky River Planet was one of the administrative planets of the Undying Dynasty. To be honest, at this time, Yi Xian had taken action to get rid of the huge tumor of the universe zombies on Sky River Planet. No matter how one looked at it, the Undying Dynasty would benefit the most from it. It could even be said that this kind of benefit far exceeded the value of the administrative planet of Heavenly River Star by countless times, under such circumstances, Yi Xian would ask for more top-grade precious materials and medicines that were urgently needed to refine the level 19 liquid, but could not be found in the outside world. This was obviously not excessive greed. At the very least, it should be possible to get an ordinary superbrain from the Undying Dynasty's treasury, right? The Starry Sky superbrain had always been in high demand, and there was no market for it. Whenever one appeared on the market or on the black market, it would be immediately bought by the leaders of the major organizations in the 3 dimensions. However, as one of the 2 super factions of the human race, the Immortal Dynasty did not have any in its treasure vault. Of course, that was obviously impossible. Yi Xian wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Unfortunately, before he could do anything, this matter was directly ruined. When he thought of the various precious materials and medicines that were about to belong to him and the ordinary superbrain gone in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was so angry that the roots of his teeth itched. He stared fiercely at Long Shantang in front of him. His expression was extremely unfriendly. No, it's a misunderstanding. Star Master Yi, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Seeing Yi Xian's expression, Long Shantang's face froze. He hurriedly waved his hands in panic, his head like a rattle drum. This guy was indeed an old fox. With a thought, he immediately saw the problem from Yi Xian's expression. Without waiting for him to speak, he immediately expressed his attitude, Star Master Yi, don't worry. In addition to the ownership of Sky River Planet, the Imperial Court has other rewards. After all, it's such a large life planet. Now that there are so many things waiting for the star, all kinds of resources are extremely scarce. Since the Imperial Court has the beauty of helping you, how could they be so stingy? Later, Master Yi Xian only needs to make a list. All the resources you need will immediately be sent directly through the wormhole at the fastest speed. Hearing him say this, Yi Xian's expression eased a little. It seemed that the Immortal Court was quite sincere. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to return to the embrace of the Imperial Court. In the future, they would at most be partners. While they were talking, the other 2 immortal old monsters on the rostrum of the press conference, the elephant fox Martin and Gong Huaji, had also rushed forward. They seemed to have heard the conversation between Yi Xian and Long Shantang. And after seeing Yi Xian's attitude, the expression on his face clearly eased. A lot. Therefore, as soon as they arrived, they also took over the conversation, followed behind Long Shantang, and expressed their attitudes one after another, yes. Star Master Yi, there are many things waiting to be done in Sky River Planet. The demand for all kinds of resources is definitely huge. Although the Imperial Court has some supplies, some resources are only available in our cultivation camp. They are special products of the star field. This time, Star Master Yi destroyed the universe zombie's nest and solved a huge hidden danger for the human race. Our Tenju Celestial Palace, as one of the 2 camps of the human race, naturally can't not express anything. Star Master Yi might as well take a look at what resources you need and give a list to this old man later. I'll send it back immediately and send the resources on the list as soon as possible. It's the same for our 10,000 Luo Federation. Although the races of the second universe have withdrawn from the Federation, the human race is still a member of the Federation. What's more, Star Master Yi is now at the top of the high-level Federation's contribution scoreboard. His personal contribution points are as high as 180 billion. This kind of contribution can no longer be considered ordinary. Chapter 41-25. Green light all the way. Yi Xian sneered. He turned around and glanced at the smiling elephant fox ferret, then lightly continued, aren't the high-ranking elders of your myriad Luo Federation Senate a little too generous? If I remember correctly, not long ago in the first universe, this Master of the Stars killed several Immortal Stage Federation Grand Elders. This is a great enmity. Are you going to let it go just like that? Without waiting for the elephantine Martin's reply, he turned to look at Gong Huaji and said in the same tone, "Similarly, an imperishable old monster from the cultivation camp died in my hands last time. In addition, my devouring doppelganger caused quite a commotion in the cultivation camp recently as well. Don't tell me that all of you have forgotten." Yi Xian said these words on purpose. His meaning was very simple. Let's get the ugly words out of the way first. They would bring up these past grudges now and force the other party to take a stand and let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, it would be too disgusting if they casually brought up these trivial matters whenever there was a dispute or disagreement between them when they worked together in the future. The three old fellows obviously knew what Yi Xian meant. In fact, the upper echelons of the powers behind the three of them had also thought of this point. Furthermore, they'd obviously given private instructions regarding this point. Therefore, when Yi Xian suddenly said such words, the three old fellows weren't caught off guard at all. All of them had confident expressions on their faces as they faintly smiled and expressed their attitudes one after another. "Star Master Yi, please don't bring up the past again." When those things happened, Star Master Yi obviously had no choice. We all understand this. Yes, yes, yes. Besides, when Star Master Yi returned to the third universe this time, didn't the plane-level Star Master Network AI Center in the Immortal Star already make a full assessment of these matters? If that wasn't the case, Star Master Yi's current Federation contribution points would be much more than what you have now. That's more than 180 billion. Since the immortal rank superbrain on the Imperial Capital Star has already cleaned up the past, we will definitely not mention this matter again. Star Lord Yi, please dispel your misgivings. If you need anything, just list it out. We will definitely provide it to you and send it to the Heavenly River Star as soon as possible. This was what Yi Xian wanted to hear. After all, now that he had taken over Sky River Star, it was equivalent to having a fixed base in the third dimension of the universe. It was no longer the situation where he had to wander around alone like before. Under such circumstances, both the two human super factions and the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation would definitely come to disturb him from time to time. It wasn't a good idea to avoid meeting him all the time. In the end, they had to sit together and form an alliance. If he didn't clean up the past now, it would be troublesome if these parties brought it up from time to time. But now, there was no problem. The three old guys in front of him were all supreme existences of the immortal realm. They had expressed their stance in front of Yi Xian on behalf of the forces behind them. Now, they wouldn't have to worry about them going back on their word. After achieving his goal, Yi Xian was in a good mood. He immediately began to think about the 3 lists of resources. Yes, 3 lists. Since they were so enthusiastic, it wouldn't be bad to favor one and discriminate against the others. He had to be fair. In fact, saying that the Heavenly River Star had many things to do was pure nonsense. The Heavenly River Star was the only planet with life on the edge of the graveyard star field. Over the years, countless experts from all over the universe had come to the graveyard star field to excavate the star core origin. Although Tuoba Linfeng's universe zombie army must have consumed a part of the resources in the star vault during this period, what the universe zombies needed was flesh and blood after all, so the real loss was actually not that great. Now that the entire Heavenly River Star was empty, what it lacked at most was human resources. However, the various cultivation resources, precious materials, and precious medicines in the star vault were still there. For Yi Xian, who had taken over the Heavenly River Star, not only did he not need any resources to repair the originally undamaged Heavenly River Star, but he also didn't need any resources. As for the Heavenly River Star, he also made a lot of money because of this. The Heavenly River Star was already his, so what else was there to say about the treasures and resources in the star vault? However, it was fine as long as everyone knew this. The 2 camps of the human race and the Myriad Luo Federation just wanted to send some gifts to Yi Xian, who represented the great destiny of the world, so that it would be convenient for them to get closer in the future. Therefore, even though he didn't need any resources at all to rebuild the so-called Heavenly River Star, Yi Xian wouldn't be polite. He directly issued an order to the devouring system in his body and asked it to make 3 lists according to Yi Xian's current needs. Among them, he specifically said that a superbrain was necessary first of all. Secondly, all the top precious materials and medicines that the system had deduced to refine the level 18, level 19, and level 20 liquids had to be allocated to the 3 lists. He had already refined the level 16 and level 17 liquids before this. The level 16 liquids allowed Yi Xian to break through to the Star Lord state. He didn't have time to use the level 17 liquids, but thanks to the undying and indestructible biomass energy, he broke through to the State Lord state in one fell swoop. The level 18 liquids were required to break through to the Realm Lord state. Yi Xian had taken advantage of the fact that the undying and indestructible biomass energy in his body hadn't been completely exhausted to accumulate a large number of top-grade body-tempering materials. He even used 10 drops of all evil origin fluid to successfully push his cultivation and physical realm to the Realm Lord state. For him, the level 18 liquids were indeed unnecessary. However, he still planned to refine them. On the one hand, although he didn't need them, the others around him would still need them when they wanted to break through to the Realm Lord state in the future. On the other hand, if he wanted to refine the level 19 liquids, he couldn't avoid the level 18 liquids. He had to take one step at a time and move steadily. As for the level 19 liquids, they would allow Yi Xian to break through to the universe state from the Realm Lord state. The level 20 liquids would be used to break through from the universe state to the immortal state. That was the difference between the universe state and the immortal state, which could be achieved with a single tube of gene cultivation fluid. Just this alone showed how difficult it was to find the various precious materials and herbs required to refine these 2 types of gene cultivation fluids. In fact, these were only the auxiliary materials used to concoct the pill. The true main material used to refine the pill was the corpse of the Supreme Being from the desolate era that Yi Xian had kept in the Shinong Cauldron. Even so, these auxiliary materials were probably only available to the 2 super factions of the human race, the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation, and other superpowers that were considered transcendent existences in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. Yi Xian had searched for a long time, but had only obtained a few strands. It was far too lacking. Soon, the 3 lists were listed after the devouring system in his body began to deduce. Chapter 41-26. On these 3 lists of required resources, Yi Xian listed a large amount of cultivation resources and a normal-level superbrain that the Heavenly River planet needed. The most important thing was that he asked for all the top-grade medicinal materials needed to refine the level 19 and level 20 liquids that the devouring system in his body had deduced. Precious medicine. These 2 types of genetic cultivation fluids could create the old monsters of the universe and the immortal old monsters. Any one of the 2 prescriptions deduced by the devouring system was extraordinary. With Yi Xian's collection, he had only collected 4 types of medicinal materials after so long. The least was 1 stalk, and the most was 2 stalks. This showed how precious and difficult it was to collect them. Because of this, even if he was facing the 2 super camps of the human race and the Myriad Luo Federation, Yi Xian only divided all the medicinal materials in these 2 prescriptions into 3 batches and asked for them separately. Of course, although the medicinal materials were divided into 3 batches and provided by the 3 giants, Yi Xian asked for 10 portions of each batch of medicinal materials. After all, there was a problem with the success rate of refining the level 16 liquid, let alone the level 18 and level 19 liquids now. It was always good to prepare a few more portions. When these 3 lists of resources were handed over, even Yi Xian himself felt a bit embarrassed. His face was bashful, and his heart was slightly apprehensive. It was fine if it was other things, but the key was that the top-notch treasures on the level 19 and level 20 prescriptions were too eye-catching. Even immortal realm old monsters would be able to do so. Treasure them like brooms. In fact, more than half of the top-grade medicinal materials in these two prescriptions were ones that Yi Xian had never even heard of before. 10,000-year-old jade fragrance Ganoderma. Withered Zen Brahma soul Ganoderma. Starry sky scorching sun grass. Extreme sky snow Matsutake dew. Demon fiend vine. Radium calamity ultimate exquisite ginseng. Immortal weeping moon beast nest egg. All of them were rare and unorthodox things. Even the names of the medicinal materials were extremely difficult to pronounce. Hiss. Starry sky scorching sun grass, 10 stalks. Heavens, although this thing is a specialty of the cultivation camp, the scorching sun grass takes 100,000 years to mature. Moreover, the headquarters of Tianju Palace only preserved 13 stalks. Withered Zen Brahma soul mushroom. Demon fiend vine. 10 servings of everything. Heavens, even this old man would yearn for something like this, even in my dreams. Immortal rank weeping moon beast nest. Woo, this is something that can only be found on an immortal rank weeping moon beast. Moreover, it has to be a mother beast. After killing it, one can only obtain 1 nest egg. 10 eggs means 10 immortal rank monsters. Even our Federation headquarters can't take out so many eggs. I heard that there's a total. Only 8. As the 3 lists were handed over by Yi Xian, the elephant fox ferret, Long Shantang, Gong Huaji, and the other 3 immortal realm old monsters immediately looked down. At first, their expressions were still normal. This was because what Yi Xian listed at the top of the list were all common cultivation resources and consumables. Although there was a lot of them, they were nothing compared to the 2 super factions of the human race and the myriad Luo Federation headquarters. Even the normal level star superbrain that was requested from the immortal dynasty of the human race's technology camp was within Long Shantang's expectations. After all, the Sky River planet had completely turned into a nest of space zombies. As the intelligence center of the Star Field Star Network, the Star Field superbrain was no exception. Now that the Sky River planet had been bribed to Yi Xian in disguise, the higher-ups of the dynasty must have thought of this problem. Without a normal-level star superbrain, although the Sky River planet could still function, there were too many restrictions. Many star-sky technology methods could not be used smoothly. Therefore, even if Yi Xian did not mention this star superbrain, they would have taken the initiative to send it over. However, as the 3 immortal realm old monsters looked, they soon saw the top precious materials and medicines that Yi Xian had placed at the end of the 3 lists because of his guilty conscience. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the 3 old guys all froze, and their eyes widened. After a brief moment of shock, they all gasped and cried out in surprise. Facing this scene, Yi Xian became even more embarrassed. However, he forcefully resisted the urge to open his mouth and shut his mouth. This was the best opportunity to obtain these top-grade precious materials and medicines. If he were to miss this opportunity, who knew when he would be able to gather all of them? At this time, after the 3 old guys cried out in surprise, they raised their heads to look at Yi Xian in shock and asked repeatedly, "Young friend, what do you want these top precious materials and medicines for? You have to know that any one of these can be used by the 3 of us. These are things that are useful to even the immortal realm old monsters. The words heaven and earth treasure are not enough to describe them." Yes, yes, yes. Judging from the effects of these things, young friend should want to temper his body, right? If that's the case, why don't we exchange them? Let's exchange them for something suitable for the Sector Lord realm. After all, with your current cultivation level, it's really too wasteful to use these top-grade precious materials and medicines at the Sector Lord realm. Of course, if young friend insists, it's not that we can't gather them, but the key is that 10 portions of each is too frightening. Among these things, we do indeed have more than 10 portions, but for some, we only have 6 or 7 portions. Why don't we reduce it by half? 5 portions. Let's try it first. After speaking, the three old guys looked at Yi Xian with hopeful expressions. In the end, it was the elephant fox ferret who was worthy of being one of them, and directly helped Yi Xian in secret. He directly agreed to the other two old monsters' suggestion of exchanging the batch of medicinal ingredients and reduced it by half. However, if it was said that these three super factions could only gather 6 or 7 portions of medicinal ingredients, Yi Xian wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. 5 portions should be their bottom line, but if they really wanted to force it, according to Yi Xian's estimation, at least 20 portions wouldn't be a problem. However, he couldn't push them too hard. Otherwise, once the upper echelons of the factions behind these three old guys hesitated and shrank back, it would be too late for regrets. He had to stop while he was ahead. After all, these weren't ordinary items. If he let Yi Xian collect them, it was unknown whether he could gather them within 100 years. Now that he could easily obtain them, and 5 portions at that, he should be satisfied. 5 portions it is. Deal. Thinking of this, Yi Xian promptly nodded and directly decided on this matter. However, forget about the other items. You can send them over at any time, but can you get these top-grade precious materials and medicines as soon as possible? Anyway, it's just some medicinal ingredients and won't take up much space. Just use the wormhole to send them over, won't consume much energy. I'm in a hurry to refine the level 19 liquid. Level 19 liquid. Chapter 41-27. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Anyway, since you've already agreed, then hurry up and send over all the top precious materials and medicines listed at the end of the list. This Star Master is really in urgent need of them. Seeing that these three old guys didn't believe him, Yi Xian was too lazy to explain. He rolled his eyes and urged them again. If Yi Xian had patted his chest and said with certainty, these three old guys might not have believed him. After all, level 19 liquid was not an ordinary thing. In the human race's scientific and technological camp, they could only refine level 11 liquid at present, and this was all thanks to Yi Xian. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian suddenly said that he wanted to refine level 19 liquid. There was a difference of 7 levels, which was 7 realms. Even the gap between heaven and earth was not enough to describe it. Naturally, no one dared to believe him easily. But now, he didn't explain at all. Instead, he had a completely indifferent expression. However, he kept urging them to quickly send over the various top-grade precious materials and medicines listed on the list. This kind of situation caused the three old fellows to become suspicious. Unknowingly, they were already subconsciously inclined to believe Yi Xian's words. But this was too shocking. When they thought of the significance of this matter if it was true, thinking of this, the 3 immortal realm old monsters immediately sucked in a cold breath again. They didn't dare to delay any longer. After hurriedly saying goodbye to Yi Xian, they returned to their respective flagship fortresses and immediately reported this matter to the higher-ups of the forces behind them. At the same time, whether it was the immortal star of the immortal dynasty, the main palace of the Tenju Celestial Palace, or the 10,000 Luo Federation Senate deep under a certain plane on the immortal star, there were faint sounds of people sucking in cold breaths. Afterwards, for some unknown reason, all of the top-grade precious materials and medicines that Yi Xian had listed at the end of the 3 lists were all sent to Heavenly River Planet in a short period of half a day, regardless of the cost, through the wormhole teleportation method. Furthermore, each of them required a total of 5 sets of precious materials and medicines. When these rare top-grade resources were gathered in the hands of Yi Xian, he was so happy that he grinned. After greeting the nervous Longshan Tang and the other 2 immortal realm old monsters, Yi Xian directly rushed to the Heavenly River Star. In a remote area, he took out a miniature version of the Shanong Cauldron and stepped in. Among them, he decided to start refining immediately. He would start with level 18 liquid, and then level 19 liquid. Before this, he had successfully turned the flesh and blood of a one foam treasure body of a quasi-desolation grand cultivator into a round ball after being refined by the Shenong four-colored flame. It shone with green and red light and was condensed into a flesh and blood liquid. Although the sphere that appeared in the form of slurry was only about a foot in diameter, it was formed from the flesh and blood of a gigantic one phoenix bird after shattering the chains of order. Under the refinement of the Shenong four-colored flame, the chains of order in the one phoenix bird's flesh and blood completely collapsed. Its body disappeared, and even a miniature flesh and blood black hole appeared, completely collapsing. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the energy contained in this orb of liquid was. And this was only the first step in refining the flesh and blood medicine. Yi Xian had only obtained a semi-finished product that time, and it couldn't be considered a real flesh and blood medicine. Now, if he wanted to concoct a real flesh and blood medicine, he had to use this flesh and blood liquid as a foundation, and then add in all kinds of rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as other materials and resources, again and again to complete the concoction. This process required him to painstakingly explore and deduce. After all, this was opening up a new path that no one had ever walked before. However, Yi Xian already had the experience of concocting level 16 and level 17 liquids, so at this moment, it was easy for him to do it. Soon, he had successfully concocted 3 tubes of level 18 liquids. The moment these 3 tubes of level 18 liquids were formed, a tribulation cloud floated over from the horizon. Although it was only one cloud, it struck Yi Xian and his tubes together. But in the end, it was more frightening than dangerous. These 3 tubes of level 18 liquids all passed the liquid tribulation, and even Yi Xian's cultivation strength that had just broken through completely solidified in these 3 waves of tribulation lightning. The level 18 liquids were used to break through to the Sector Lord realm, so he didn't need them himself. He only needed to prepare 3 tubes for the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. Therefore, after putting away these 3 tubes of level 18 liquids, Yi Xian immediately took a deep breath. He planned to concoct a few more tubes of level 19 liquids in one go. According to the formula of the level 19 liquids, he only had 5 sets of materials in his hands. He had 1 to 2 sets for himself, and the remaining 3 sets for the 3 girls of the purplish warbler. In other words, in these 5 concoctions, there couldn't be a single failure. Otherwise, if Yi Xian took 1 tube and it wasn't enough, the 3 girls would only have 2 tubes to share. If that really happened, Yi Xian would probably be torn apart by the 3 of them. After calming down, Yi Xian prepared all kinds of top-grade materials and precious medicines to concoct the level 19 liquids. Following that, he took out a jade essence crystal box from his undying world. With a wave of his hand, a ball of fleshy medicinal paste that was about a foot in diameter floated out from within. This fleshy medicinal paste was about the size of a chicken egg. The green and red fleshy medicinal paste slowly floated out, and its surface was enshrouded in a mysterious halo. It was incomparably dazzling, and there were countless tiny runes that appeared and disappeared on its surface. It was extremely mysterious. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian carefully reviewed the formula of the level 19 liquids that the system had deduced earlier. 10,000-year jade-scented spirit mushroom. Withered Buddhist spirit mushroom. Blazing star sun grass. Extreme grade heavenly snow mushroom dew. Demonic wraith vine. Radium tribulation ultimate exquisite ginseng. Immortal grade moon concealing weeping pearl beast nest egg. These were all top-grade materials. Even Yi Xian didn't have a lot of them, so he couldn't afford to waste them on them. Therefore, at this moment, he was very cautious. Although he had dozens of sets of fleshy medicinal paste, and even more than 100 sets of supreme resources like all evil origin liquid that could increase the efficacy of the medicinal paste and ensure the success rate, he didn't have that many crucial heavenly treasures. Feeling anxious, Yi Xian took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, he took out a set of heavenly treasures that he had prepared according to the formula that the system had deduced earlier. It floated in front of him. Immediately after, a wisp of Shenong's four-colored flames shot out from the volcanic flame pool not far away. With just a sweep, it enveloped all the top-grade materials and precious medicines that were floating in front of Yi Xian and began to condense and purify them. Throughout the entire process, Yi Xian was completely focused. He didn't dare to be distracted in the slightest because every single piece of equipment was too precious. It wasn't easy for him to get a batch today, so it was almost impossible for him to collect all of them in the future. After a short while, all the heavenly treasures melted and turned into a ball of green liquid the size of an egg. Yi Xian still had 2 more steps to do. Chapter 41-28. Even though these were only 2 small steps, they were crucial. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. Very quickly, a drop of all evil origin liquid and a drop of nether liquid that had already been refined by the divine farmer's 4-colored flames were taken out by Yi Xian from the undying world within his body and floated in front of him. Following that, with a thought from him, these 2 drops of priceless top-notch resources slowly moved towards the egg-sized canopy that he had already prepared. The blood, flesh, and medicinal paste floated over, including the egg-sized ball of green essence. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat. His divine sense was pushed to the limit, and the mental power source core in his brain was overloaded. His divine sense and mental power were both used to the limit, and he carefully controlled this ball of mixture to carry out the final fusion. ZZZT. ZZZT. In the next instant, as these 4 materials converged and fused, the surface of this newly formed ball of mixture instantly emitted a dazzling brilliance. It was too bright. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously closed them, his heart pounding. With apprehension in his heart, Yi Xian carefully used his divine sense and mental power to control as steadily as possible, guiding these 4 different resources that had already converged together to carry out the final, perfect fusion. Almost 2 hours passed by very quickly. During this process, the surface of this small ball formed by the convergence of 4 top-grade resources was constantly emitting a sizzling halo of energy, causing Yi Xian's heart to tremble. Buzz! After a series of strange sizzling sounds, this small ball suddenly let out a trembling sound. Yi Xian also came to a realization at this moment. If there were no accidents, this bottle of grade 19 elixir should have been successfully concocted. When he focused his gaze, he discovered that a ball the size of a cinnabar fruit was currently suspended in the void about 3 meters in front of him. This object was clearly a liquid. It was greenish-blue in color and incomparably pure. Its surface was suffused with a layer of greenish-blue light with hints of purple, and there seemed to be countless obscure runes that were forming and disappearing in a cycle. Although its size wasn't too inconspicuous, upon closer inspection, one could see that there were actually countless energy runes flickering inside it. They appeared quickly and disappeared even faster, and they were constantly forming, as if they could draw one's mind into it. Rumble. Boom! Just as Yi Xian's eyes were blank as he stared blankly at the liquid in front of him that was only the size of a pearl fruit, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came from the middle of the volcano in the central region. It was extremely dull, like the sound of thunder. Yi Xian reflexively raised his head to look. In the sky above the Shenong Cauldron volcano that he could see, a large black thundercloud had indeed gathered. This was clearly the rhythm of the thunder tribulation coming again. However, compared to the lightning tribulation that appeared when refining the 16th, 17th, and 18th level liquids, the tribulation cloud that gathered above the volcano in the central region was not only vaster, but the invisible pressure that it emitted was also clearly more terrifying. After all, the level 19 liquid created the old monster of the universe. This was not something that the Realm Master could compare to. Very quickly, this majestic tribulation cloud split into 2. In the sky above the central region volcano, one on the left and one on the right, it transformed into 2 gigantic tribulation cloud vortexes. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed. 2 tribulation cloud vortexes. F***CK. Wasn't there only one wave of liquid tribulation before? But now, it seemed that this level 19 liquid was clearly different. There were clearly 2 waves of liquid tribulation descending. It was fine if it was one wave, but at least it wouldn't be a problem for him to withstand it. However, if it was 2 waves, it would be hard to say. After the first wave, he would already be struck by lightning, and before he could recover, the second wave would descend in an instant. This was definitely the rhythm of a bad dish. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately hesitated. He wanted to try to absorb this newly refined level 19 liquid into his undying world and see if he could use it to temporarily avoid the thunder tribulation. However, if he really did so, he was somewhat unwilling. This was because although the liquid tribulation was a hurdle, once the treasure liquid failed to pass the tribulation, everything would be for naught and he would have to start all over again. Moreover, if he succeeded again, he would have to face the same tribulation test again. However, if he succeeded, the treasure liquid that had passed through one lightning tribulation, had been baptized and tempered by the lightning tribulation, and its power and effect would definitely increase again. This was obvious. It could be said that the so-called treasure liquid lightning tribulation was both a test and an opportunity. In the end, after a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and decided to try resisting it once. In any case, there were still 4 more batches of medicinal ingredients, so at most, this batch would be used as a trial run. Crack! Almost at the same time that he gritted his teeth and made his decision, a crisp explosion sounded out. The black tribulation cloud that enveloped the space above the volcano in the central region suddenly blasted down a strange green lightning bolt, smashing down at an extremely fast speed. Just like when he was refining the level 18 liquid, the green lightning not only locked onto the level 19 liquid that had just been successfully refined, but also Yi Xian. At this moment, all the power in Yi Xian's body was activated. His eyes shone brightly as he gritted his teeth and raised his head to look. Together with the level 19 liquid hanging above his head, he faced the green lightning bolt that was as thick as a baby's arm. The lightning instantly smashed down at an inconceivable speed, completely enveloping Yi Xian and the green treasure liquid hanging above his head. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat, but in the end, the first bolt of lightning was the same as before. Although it struck Yi Xian's head into dust, the first bolt of lightning was the same as before. However, his face was not injured at all. It was the same for the level 19 liquid hanging above his head. Not only was it unharmed, but as the green lightning quickly disappeared, the green liquid that had been enveloped by lightning just a moment ago, after being baptized by the green tribulation lightning, clearly had a hint of the aura of lightning within it. On the surface, it was divided. On the surface, there were some tiny bolts of lightning that were like spider webs that were expanding and retracting. Just like the bolt of lightning that had descended before, it was green in color and gave off a thick sense of strangeness. After the baptism of a bolt of lightning, the medicinal effect of this green treasure liquid would definitely be even more astonishing. Furthermore, it had been added with a strange green lightning attribute, and the effect of tempering the body would be even better. Unfortunately, there was more than one wave of lightning tribulation. As the first bolt of green lightning struck down from the black tribulation cloud, the tribulation cloud vortex on the left side of the sky instantly dissipated. However, this only meant that the first wave of lightning tribulation had passed. Crack! Without waiting for Yi Xian to make any adjustments, another heaven-shaking crisp sound came from the sky above his head. The tribulation cloud vortex on the right side surged at an extremely fast speed, and in the end, all the tribulation clouds condensed together in an instant, transforming into a huge bolt of golden-purple lightning that struck down with a rumbling sound. Chapter 41-29. Following another heaven-shaking crisp sound from the horizon, the tribulation cloud vortex on the right side surged at an extremely fast speed. All of the tribulation clouds condensed together in an instant, transforming into an enormous bolt of golden-purple lightning that struck down with a rumble. Yi Xian's face turned green as he involuntarily cried out in alarm. Although it was the same wave of tribulation liquid, the difference between the second lightning bolt and the first one was too great. It was several times thicker, and its color had turned purple gold. Based on Yi Xian's experience, he knew at a glance that it would definitely be astonishing. He even had a premonition that if he didn't use some tricks and just directly faced the second lightning bolt head-on, not only would he not be able to keep the bottle of level 19 liquid that he had just concocted, but he would also be injured, and it would definitely be more than just a light injury. Simple, but this lightning tribulation was both a test and the last baptism after the level 19 liquid was formed. If he directly used his strongest ability to disperse the lightning, the level 19 liquid would be baptized by the lightning tribulation. If there was a deficiency in the medicinal effect, he wouldn't be able to break through to the universe grade even if he swallowed it. Wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Master, don't worry. The Lightning Mother will share the burden of this purple gold lightning tribulation for you. Just as Yi Xian was hesitating, a woman's voice suddenly sounded in his mind when he saw that the purple gold lightning that was as thick as his waist was about to reach his head. Lightning Mother. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. The reason this voice could appear directly in his mind was obviously because it was connected to Yi Xian's mind. Obviously, this woman who called herself the Lightning Mother should be the desolate Lightning Mother who had awakened not long ago in the primordial desolate treasure Yanluo and was able to condense the lightning true body with a wisp of lightning origin. The Yanluo had been completely refined by Yi Xian. 3 of the 7 primordial spiritual sense origins had been awakened and condensed into the second life true body. Relying on the connection between the Yanluo and Yi Xian, the 3 of them could directly communicate with Yi Xian. When the desolate Lady of Lightning condensed her second life real body, she had originally used a strand of thunder origin. Hence, she was naturally not afraid of things like thunder and lightning. Of course, Yi Xian's Rai Di seal should be the same. However, once the Rai Di seal was activated, it would probably directly absorb this terrifying purple gold lightning bolt. It still wouldn't have the effect of refining the level 19 liquid. Although the Rai Di seal already had the Thunder Sparrow as its weapon spirit, it was still not as agile as the desolate ancient Electro Lady. With the help of the desolate ancient Electro Lady, it should be able to ensure that the level 19 liquid would be baptized by the purple lightning of the Thunder Tribulation, while also ensuring that the level 19 liquid and Yi Xian would be safe. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the desolate era treasure, Yanluo, from his undying world. Swish! A ray of light flashed, and after it rushed out from Yi Xian's body, it instantly transformed into an ancient brocade handkerchief that was slightly larger than a palm. It spun in the air and expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 3 meters tall, floating above Yi Xian's head like the surface of a wave. In the next moment, 2 incomparably slender, jade-like legs stepped out from the undulating surface of the handkerchief. After half a step, a beautiful and slender figure appeared, standing barefoot on the undulating surface of the handkerchief. It was a beauty that was completely different from that of the corpse ancestor, Hanba, and Ho Qing. For a moment, even Yi Xian was stunned by the sight of it. Crack! At this moment, the purple gold lightning bolt that was as thick as an adult's waist finally struck down with a majestic pressure that could destroy everything. Fuse! Above him, on the undulating surface of the handkerchief, the desolate lightning goddess with a pair of pink and tender feet suddenly let out a delicate cry, and her figure instantly shot up. What made Yi Xian dumbstruck was that she actually directly jumped into the gigantic purple gold lightning bolt, and her figure was drowned out as she directly disappeared. However, this action seemed to be completely useless. The purple gold lightning bolt that was as thick as a waist continued to strike down. Its speed did not even slow down in the slightest, and the pressure was still the same. It was as if the desolate lightning goddess had been killed in an instant. In the next moment, just as Yi Xian's expression changed, the purple gold lightning bolt that was smashing down suddenly stopped. It dispersed on the surface of the undulating Yan Luo handkerchief, transforming into a purple-gold lightning net that rushed into the surface of the handkerchief. Immediately after, before Yi Xian could react to what had happened, from the bottom of the handkerchief, countless strands of purple-gold lightning that were as thin as spider webs fell down from the sky, directly enveloping him and the level 19 liquid that was suspended above his head. In an instant, the densely packed purple-gold lightning threads directly drilled into the level 19 liquid, twisting and turning. At the same time, a large amount of lightning threads flowed into Yi Xian's pores, causing him to feel a sense of numbness. It was both soul-stirring and comfortable, but it did not have the domineering destructive aura of lightning. At this moment, Yi Xian finally came to a realization. Obviously, the desolate lightning goddess had rushed into the purple-gold lightning bolt with her own body and merged with it. Then, through the desolate ancient heavy artifact, the Yan Luo, she had condensed the lightning power that was originally exuding a strong destructive pressure into countless strands of lightning threads that were as thin as spider webs, and then enveloped the level 19 liquid and Yi Xian. In this way, the strength of the tribulation lightning hadn't changed, but its might had been reduced to nothing. The effects of tempering and cleansing were still present, but the domineering destructive aura it possessed had been imperceptibly dispersed. Only an ancestral existence like the desolate lightning goddess was capable of accomplishing this. If it was anyone else, then even an eternal realm expert would probably be unable to accomplish such a perfect effect. Master, I was fortunate enough to succeed. Right when Yi Xian was sighing with emotion in his heart, a slender and fair foot stepped out from within his body, and it took half a step forward before it revealed the graceful and delicate figure of the desolate lightning goddess. For some unknown reason, her face was actually flushed red at this moment. Master, I've gained quite a bit this time as well. My divine sense quintessence has sunk down. Some of the energy within my slumber has been activated. Perhaps I'll be able to rely on this to break through and recover from the Region Lord Realm to the World Lord Realm in one go. I'm going back to slumber. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around as if she was fleeing, and then she leaped into the Yan Luo with a red face and vanished. Swish! In the next instant, the Yan Luo that was originally over 3 m in size actually shrunk by itself, and it transformed into a ray of light that charged into Yi Xian's body. Air! My face has turned red. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he recalled that she'd taken a step out from within his body. Coupled with the numbing feeling he felt from before. He seemed to have realized something, and he shuddered before he muttered in a light voice. This shouldn't be considered as a fusion, right? Amidst the embarrassment in his heart, along with the numbing feeling from the baptism of lightning gradually vanishing, the familiar sound of system notifications resounded once more in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through in the ancient void insight technique. Current cultivation, 2nd level of the World Lord Realm. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through in the Qi and Blood Realm. Current cultivation, 2nd level of the World Lord Realm. Chapter 4130. In his line of sight, the level 19 liquid hovering above his head was clearly different now. From time to time, there would be some purple-gold fine lightning strands appearing within it. This was a sign that the power of the 2 waves of lightning tribulation had been absorbed. Without a doubt, after successfully resisting the baptism of 2 consecutive waves of liquid tribulation lightning, the effects of this bottle of level 19 liquid had now reached perfection. Yi Xian even had a premonition that once he reached the great circle of the 9th order of the Sector Lord Realm, even if it was the level 19 liquid that created the old monster of the universe, he would only need to consume the tube in front of him to successfully break through and become a universe-grade powerhouse in one go. With this kind of joy and satisfaction, Yi Xian carefully put away this level 19 liquid into a jade essence crystal bottle and placed it properly in the undying world in his body. Immediately after, he used his consciousness to contact the desolate lightning lady in the desolate ancient treasure Yan Luo in his body. He told her not to be in a hurry to enter hibernation and digest what he had just obtained. This was because Yi Xian had a total of 5 sets of refining materials for the level 19 liquid. Now, he had only successfully concocted one level 19 liquid, so it was obviously still too early. He planned to use up all the other 4 sets of materials in one go. If he was lucky, he should be able to concoct another 4 levels of liquid. Soon, the desolate lightning lady in the Yenluo responded. Although she agreed, her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing, revealing a hint of helplessness and shyness. This made Yi Xian even more embarrassed. Just now, the desolate lightning lady had merged with the second purple gold lightning bolt and turned into countless fine lightning strands that entered Yi Xian's body. It gave him an awkward feeling of numbness. Finally, the desolate lightning goddess stepped out of his body. This clearly showed that the two of them had already merged into one body. Accident, this is definitely an accident. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva as he recalled the feeling of losing his soul. He muttered to himself as if he was mocking himself. Then, he quickly dispersed the beautiful thoughts in his mind and took out the second set of top-notch precious ingredients to concoct the level 19 liquid. 2 hours later, the remaining 4 portions of level 19 liquid materials had all successfully survived the liquid tribulation and turned into 4 tubes of brand new level 19 liquid. During this time, the lightning tribulation had also descended 4 times. At the end of each tribulation, the desolate lightning lady would walk out of Yi Xian's body with bare hands. The redness on her cheeks would become more and more intense. At the last tribulation, she practically ran out of Yi Xian's body with her chin raised. Her face was so red that blood could be squeezed out. Because of these 4 times, Yi Xian would feel that incomparable numbness every time when the lightning strands entered his body. In fact, looking at it from a certain point of view, to concoct with the desolate lightning lady 4 times. Although the latter was a beautiful cultivator of the desolate era, a powerful existence, she had never experienced such a thing and was already embarrassed to death. But at the same time, after going through the last 4 thunder tribulations, more of the sealed power and memories and the origin of the desolate lightning lady's spiritual sense should have been awakened. After the last thunder tribulation, she directly entered Yenluo and fell into a deep sleep. He believed that when she woke up again, the degree of recovery of her cultivation and strength would be extremely pleasing. As for Yi Xian, although he felt as if his body was being tempered again every time he was baptized by the purple gold lightning, he didn't break through a small level every time he was baptized like the first time he was baptized. The last 4 times, he only broke through a small level in total. This was expected. The same method of tempering the body and strength, generally speaking, would only have the best effect on the first time. But even so, his original body had finally broken through to the 3rd level of the Sector Lord realm. With one more breakthrough, he would be able to enter the middle level of the Sector Lord realm. It was not easy, and he was extremely satisfied. Previously, when his original body was at the 2nd level of the Sector Lord realm, the strength of his ancient ape demon bloodline true body was at the 3rd level of the Sector Lord realm. Once he used the 9 demonic ape demon transformation and reached the 5th transformation, he would instantly reach the 8th level of the Sector Lord realm. Every transformation would increase his strength by a small level. Now that his original body's cultivation had broken through once again, he had finally stepped into the 3rd level of the Realm Lord realm. In that case, after activating the Devil Ape's bloodline, Yi Xian's cultivation in the 3-headed 6-armed ancient Devil Ape state would be able to reach the 4th level of the Realm Lord realm. Once he entered the 5th transformation, his peak battle strength would reach the 9th level of the Sector Lord realm. Just one more breakthrough and he would be able to feel the strength of a universe-grade expert in advance. In fact, just now, if Yi Xian were to add on the various treasures in his hands and the various powerful bloodline abilities, he was completely confident that he would be able to fight against the old monsters at the advanced level of the sempiternal realm. He might even be able to defeat them. At the moment, more than half a day had passed since Yi Xian entered the Farmer God Cauldron. During this period of time, besides the previous few vials of the level 18 liquid, he had only concocted 5 vials of the level 19 liquid. Then, during this process, his cultivation had improved once again, breaking through 2 small realms. In addition to the 5 sets of top-notch precious herbs for the level 19 liquid formula, he still had 5 sets of precious herbs for the level 20 liquid formula. The level 20 liquid formula was used to create an immortal old monster. Its preciousness was undoubtedly much higher than the level 19 liquid formula. Based on Yi Xian's successful concoction of the 5 vials of the level 19 liquid formula, he was completely confident that he could concoct the level 20 liquid formula as well in terms of concoction techniques and techniques. 5 sets of top-notch precious herbs for the level 20 liquid formula would at most fail once or twice. According to a conservative estimate, he would be able to concoct at least 3 vials of the level 20 liquid formula successfully. Every time he thought of this, Yi Xian's heart stirred. He couldn't wait to start concocting immediately. This way, the finished product of the gene cultivation liquid in his hands would be enough to support his cultivation all the way to the sempiternal realm and become an immortal old monster. This was indeed exciting. Yi Xian almost started concocting it directly. However, when he thought of the desolate lightning goddess in Yanluo falling into a deep sleep again, he couldn't help but hesitate again. Even after the completion of the level 19 liquid formula, there would be 2 waves of terrifying tribulation lightning in succession. The level 20 liquid formula was a taboo item that could create an immortal old monster. Once the concoction was successful, the result was obvious. Once the liquid tribulation descended, not to mention 2 waves of terrifying purple-gold lightning, it was very likely that there would be 3 waves of lightning in succession. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. In the end, he forcibly suppressed the impulse in his heart. A top-notch precious herb of this level really couldn't be wasted like this. Even he would feel distressed. Before he had absolute confidence, it was better not to mess around casually. Chapter 41-31. During the half-day that Yi Xian entered the Shenong cauldron to concoct the level 18 and level 19 liquids, the entire Sky River Star area was in a state of turmoil. The Sky River Star originally belonged to the immortal dynasty of the human race, but now it had become the private territory of Yi Xian, the master of the Sky River Star, including a large area of the Sky River Star area around this vital planet. This kind of thing was simply unprecedented. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Xian had been confirmed as the owner of the world's great providence, and that the 3 main planes of the starry sky were now facing a great existential crisis, this would never have happened. Everyone knew what it meant to have a vital planet that belonged to one's own, as well as a large star area around it. Countless people were envious, and at the same time, they were eager to join Yi Xian, the master of the Sky River Star, and fight for their future under his leadership. Of course, more people were actually interested in the significance of Yi Xian being the owner of the world's great providence. If they followed him, they were very likely to be lucky enough to survive the great calamity that would suddenly befall them at any time. In fact, even if this was not mentioned, the attraction of the Sky River Star itself was enough to attract countless masters of the starry sky. This planet was the only vital planet in the graveyard star area. All the masters of the starry sky who entered the graveyard star area to search for treasures and excavate the star core source would settle down on the Sky River Star and travel back and forth. They were definitely rich existences. Now, all the posts on the Sky River Star were empty. Apart from the victorious legion who had entered later to clean up the planet, there was no one alive on the entire planet. The shortage of human resources was too great, and there were all kinds of posts available. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When Yi Xian flew high up in the sky and returned to the main continent of the Heavenly River where the main residence of the Heavenly River was located, the place was already filled with people. Other than the subordinates of the Victorious Return Army from Victorious Return City, there were also many unfamiliar faces, which caused him to be puzzled. The Sky River Star was already his private planet, so he shouldn't let other masters of the starry sky enter at will. What was going on in front of him? Soon, Naples arrived and explained the situation to Yi Xian. It turned out that while he was in seclusion to concoct the level 18 and level 19 liquids, the two camps of the human race and the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation had sent a large number of resources one after another, all of which were on the 3 lists that Yi Xian had listed. Among them was a normal-grade superbrain from the Undying Planet. Now, this normal-class superbrain had been placed in the main control center of the Sky River Star Network, deep under the main residence of the Sky River Star. Therefore, the entire Sky River Star Network had been restored to normal. Even the star defense system in the atmosphere of the Sky River Star had been successfully reactivated. Activate. At the same time, during this half a day, the large number of Federation fans and starry sky experts who had stayed in the void of the universe outside the Heavenly River planet's atmosphere had also applied for various positions inside and outside the Heavenly River planet. They said that they would work for Star Master Yi, develop together, and bring prosperity to the Heavenly River planet. Pushed to a wider world, regarding this matter, Naples didn't dare to make a decision. He said that he would personally decide after Yi Xian came out of seclusion. However, Old Monster Mosquito Butcher slapped the board and nodded in agreement. On the other hand, the so-called think tanks loyal to Yi Xian, who had been tossing and turning in Triumph City, were all jumping up and down. Wave after wave of meetings, they finally decided that this matter was feasible. They chased after Naples and asked him to implement it immediately. In desperation, Naples nodded in agreement. Then, he stopped. Immediately, the press conference platform outside Sky River Star's atmosphere changed into the venue of a starry sky job fair. The 10,000 or so elites of the Federation that Yi Xian had released from the bottom of the Black Wind were the group of old monsters in the think tank of Triumph City. All of them volunteered to be examiners for the job. The entire job fair was still in full swing. From any star passage in Sky River Star's atmosphere, one could see the bustling scene in the distant void of the universe when they looked up. As for the lucky ones who were the first to apply for the job, and had their identities verified and registered, they all passed through the star passages in the atmosphere of the Sky River Star and entered the interior of the Sky River Star, rushing to their new posts. According to the opinion of the think tank, after all the posts inside and outside Sky River Star were filled, the star passage in the atmosphere must be opened again, allowing the starry sky experts who came to the graveyard domain to enter and settle down here. At the same time, all kinds of transactions could be carried out. Otherwise, if the Heavenly River Star was really treated as a private land and was enclosed, their original strategy would be lost. Yi Xian agreed with this point. Originally, he didn't have the intention of encircling Sky River Star and not allowing non-subordinate starry sky experts to enter. Previously, it was just because the interior of the star was empty, and the situation was special. But now, all the posts would soon be filled with new people, so this problem naturally wouldn't be a problem. Of course, it was impossible to appoint people to all the posts through recruitment. At most, about half of the people appointed were not very important posts. The other important departments still had to be controlled by their own hands. The Victor's Legion under Yi Xian's command was full of talented people, so there was no problem at all in this regard. There was no need for him to worry at all. Naples could handle it well. At this point, Yi Xian had 2 private planets in his hands. One was Triumph City in the Death Star region. There were too many kinds of mineral planets there. As long as he was not afraid of the trouble, he could mine whatever materials he wanted. Moreover, the environment was quiet enough that no one would disturb him. Triumph Star would be used as the industrial base of Yi Xian's power and would continue to be built. In addition to Triumph Star, there was also Sky River Star, which he had just obtained. With the arrival of this normal-class superbrain, the Sky River Star's Starry Sky Network resumed its normal operation. Even the Star Defense Array was reactivated. It was believed that in a day or two, when all the posts were filled with staff, the entire Sky River Star would be completely restored to its usual order. Even more so, because its nature was different, it had become Yi Xian's private territory. Its degree of freedom was higher, and various policies were bound to be changed. The prospects of development were obviously more promising, and the speed of its comprehensive rise would be faster. After understanding the situation, Yi Xian nodded and didn't say anything else. Although the 10,000 or so members of the think tank that he had released from the Black Wind Scout stronghold and brought back to Triumph City weren't very reliable, they still had their talents. They were proficient in different fields, so it was correct. Chapter 4132. A short while later, Yi Xian arrived at the main control center of the Sky River Star Network, located deep under the Sky River Star Master Mansion. In his line of sight, he saw a brand new superbrain lying quietly in the culture tank of the mutant-grade superbrain that had been devoured. It was already connected to the Sky River Star Network. Yi Xian immediately gave the devouring system in his body the command to refine the superbrain. Whoosh! The next moment, a dark light shot out of his body and directly entered the normal-grade superbrain in the culture tank in front of him. The immortal-grade superbrain in the main control center of Yi Xian's personal communication system was still sleeping and refining after devouring the mutant-grade superbrain that had turned into a zombie. Even the results were unknown. However, it was only refining a normal-grade superbrain. There was no problem using the devouring system in his body to do the job. The refinement was over in an instant. Since then, the devouring system in Yi Xian's body had formed some kind of unknown connection with the normal-grade superbrain that was like the intelligence center of the Sky River Star Network. Even if Yi Xian left the Sky River Star and was separated by a great distance, he could still establish a connection with the superbrain at any time and place. After completing all this, he immediately left the main control center of the underground Sky River Star Network. As soon as he returned to the Sky River Star Master Mansion on the surface, he received a message saying that the Elephant Fox Ferret, Long Shan Tang, Gong Hua, and the 3 immortal-grade old monsters had come to visit. When the 3 old guys gave Yi Xian the 5 top-grade materials and precious medicines on the list of supplies, there was already something wrong with their eyes. Now, as soon as the news of Yi Xian coming out of seclusion spread, they immediately came to visit. Even a fool would know what was going on. Yi Xian pursed his lips and didn't take it to heart. He minded his own business and sat down in the main hall of the Star Master Mansion. As he soaked in spirit tea, he asked his subordinates to inform the 3 old guys to come in. Now that Yi Xian was the master of a star, he still had to show some respect, especially when it came to these crafty immortal realm old monsters. He didn't plan on showing them too much respect. The moment the 3 old men entered the room, they immediately put on smiling faces and cupped their hands at Yi Xian. They even started probing with their words. Star Lord Yi, you came out of seclusion so quickly. Seems like everything is going well. That's right, that's right. Star Lord Yi is known as a master of both medicine and tools. Isn't it just a bottle of level 19 liquid? What's the big deal? Looking at Star Lord Ye's complexion, he must have already refined it. It's not just a level 19 liquid. From what I see, Star Lord Yi is so calm and collected. I'm afraid that he already knows the formula for the level 20 liquid. Yeah, level 20 liquid. That's amazing. Star Lord Yi, don't scare this old man. This is a top-grade gene liquid that can create immortal realm old monsters. It can't be that easy to deduce the formula. Looking at the faces of these 3 old fellows, Yi Xian felt that it was funny. It was obvious that they had come here for the level 20 elixir. Their words today were all probing, wanting to hear some of the rumors. Even Elephant Fox Martin was like this. Although he had already surrendered to Yi Xian and could be considered one of them, on the surface, he was still an immortal realm old man of the Wan Luo Federation Senate. Moreover, he was currently in charge of representing the Wan Luo Federation on this side of the Heavenly River planet, handling affairs with the new Star Lord Yi Xian. Therefore, if the higher-ups of the Wan Luo Federation Senate had any instructions, even if he had to deal with it, he still had to barely complete the task. At this time, He had come with Long Shantang and Gong Huaji at the same time to inquire about information related to the level 20 liquid. Although the difference between the level 20 liquid and the level 19 liquid was only one level, the significance was completely different. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the difference was like heaven and earth. The level 19 elixir could create a universe-grade powerhouse. Although it was strong enough, universe grades could only be considered the backbone of any of the top races and powers in the three main star planes. They definitely couldn't be considered the highest level of combat power in the race. Only immortal realm beings could be considered the top combat power of a race. Even if it was only an ordinary immortal, not a marquis or monarch immortal, it was already a huge existence for any top race. The level 20 liquid could create such a huge existence. Just think about it. Some weak tribes might even have an ordinary immortal being as their progenitor. However, if they obtained a vial of level 20 liquid and fed it to a Universe 9 grade perfect martialist, the tribe would have a second progenitor in an instant if it was successful. An immortal realm being like an ancestor. What kind of concept was this? Even if the two great camps of the human race or top powers like the myriad Luo Federation Senate had marquis or monarch immortals in their camps, they wouldn't have many ordinary immortals. It was simply shocking to hear that a bottle of level 20 liquid could create an immortal realm being. Even monarch immortals would be tempted and go crazy for it. Yi Xian was well aware of all this, as well as the benefits involved. Thank you for your kind words. This time, my seclusion didn't disappoint me. The level 19 liquid can be easily concocted, Yi Xian sneered in his heart. With a flip of his hand, he took out a small jade box from the undying world within his body. Inside the jade box was one of the 5 bottles of level 19 liquid he had concocted. He tossed the jade box out without a care. The elephant fox Martin, Long Shantang, Gong Huaji, and the other 2 immortal realm beings were so shocked that they trembled all over. They hurriedly stretched out their hands and caught the jade box. Immediately after, the jade box opened and a bottle of liquid with a thick universe-level aura was carefully taken out by Long Shantang. In the next instant, the 3 immortal realm beings took in a cold breath. Even their voices were trembling slightly. Level 19 liquid. That's right, this is it. What a thick universe-level aura. I dare say that even an ordinary sector lord at the peak of the 9th level would be able to break through to the universe level as long as he doesn't have too many flaws. TSK, it's only been a few hours and the level 19 liquid is already out. Then. Star Master Yi, what about the level 20 liquid? After the last sentence, the 3 immortal realm beings looked at Yi Xian again. They stared at him anxiously and subconsciously swallowed their saliva. At this moment, the 3 immortal realm beings were extremely conflicted. They hoped to hear the shocking news from Yi Xian that the level 20 liquid had been successfully concocted, but they were also worried that once this news became true, their little hearts wouldn't be able to take it. It would be troublesome if it suddenly stopped. Chapter 4133. This level 20 liquid. Alas! After saying half a sentence, the hearts of the 3 old monsters were hanging in their throats. However, Yi Xian suddenly changed the topic. After a long sigh, he continued, originally, I planned to concoct all of the level 20 liquids in one go after concocting all of the level 19 liquids. Unfortunately, although the formula deduction has been completed 99%, there is still one kind of precious medicine that is not perfect in the end. Unfortunately, this Star Master has limited kinds of precious medicines of the same level. If I want to start the deduction again, I have the heart, but I am powerless. This is really a pity. Hearing this, the 3 immortal old monsters, Elephant Fox Ferret, Long Shantang, Gong Huaji, and the other 2 were disappointed. After sighing, they continued to ask, young friend, is there only one medicinal material left? Yes, if this is the case, we can help. In the treasury of the Imperial Dynasty, there are many top precious medicines of the same level that have not appeared in the 3 lists of young friend. If young friend needs them, we can send 1 or 2 of them for young friend to study. That's right. It's the same situation in the Tianjua Palace's treasure vault of our cultivation camp. It just so happens that a marquis-level elder of the Heavenly Palace heard of Star Master Ye's impressive battle record and was very pleased. He has already sent an order saying that his Dharmakaya will descend in a few days. I can now report what you need. When the time comes, I will definitely send 1 or 2 of them of the same level. Our Wan Luo Federation has no problem with this. The level 20 liquid is no small matter. Star Master Yi is a master of medicine and tools. It is not easy for you to reach this step today. We are all on the same side, so we will help you. With just a few casual words, the 3 old fellows revealed the secrets of the upper echelons of the powers behind them. Yi Xian was secretly delighted when he heard this. He already had 5 sets of the formula for the level 20 liquid and the various precious materials and medicines needed to concoct it. Naturally, he wasn't lacking in them. But for the next level 21 liquid and level 22 liquid, he had no clue about the formula alone, let alone the matter of obtaining the various top precious medicines needed to concoct the liquid after deducing the formula, taking advantage of this opportunity to get more precious medicines of the same level from the 2 camps of the human race and the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation. In case of emergency, he naturally would not miss this opportunity. After politely declining a few words, Yi Xian nodded and agreed to this matter with a face full of gratitude. After a discussion, the 4 people quickly decided on the date of the inauguration ceremony of the Star Master of the Sky River Star, which was in 3 days. This news would immediately be spread in the name of the Star's official name. At that time, in addition to the 2 camps of the human race and the Wan Luo Federation in the 3rd universe, the various races of the 1st and the 2nd universe and the 1st universe would definitely also come. After all, the current Yi Xian represented the owner of the current era's great fortune. Even if it was a race that had old grudges with him, out of consideration for the overall situation, the only choice right now was to try their best to befriend him and strive for a harmonious relationship. On the date of the ceremony was confirmed, the news spread from the Star Master of the Sky River Star. In one day, countless masters in the 3 main planes of the universe knew about it. Whether it was the Myriad Race Alliance in the 1st universe, the various races of the former Federation that had withdrawn from the Wan Luo Federation in the 2nd universe, or the 2 camps of the human race in the 3rd universe, as well as the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation. After receiving the news, they immediately expressed their congratulations in an official manner. At the same time, except for the 2 camps of the human race in the 3rd universe, as well as the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation, which already had an immortal realm old monster guarding the Star Master of the Sky River Star, no new viewing groups were sent to attend the ceremony. The various races of the former Federation in the 2nd universe and the various races of the Myriad Race Alliance in the 1st universe. All of them immediately sent large and small viewing groups to the Star Master of the Sky River Star in the 3rd universe. 3 days was not a long time, but it was not a short time either. However, for an upper-middle administrative planet like the Star Master of the Sky River Star, it was enough time to recruit staff for various departments and positions. The entire recruitment process was over by the evening of the 2nd day. At this point, the Star Master of the Sky River Star finally returned to its usual order. The masters who had stayed outside the atmosphere of the Star Master of the Sky River Star could now enter the Star Master of the Sky River Star at any time. However, because there were too many masters of the universe and people of the Federation who had stayed in the void to watch the ceremony tomorrow, the various viewing groups of the former Federation in the 2nd universe and the various races of the Myriad Race Alliance in the 1st universe were also on their way and were about to arrive. Obviously, the Star Master of the Sky River Star could not accommodate everyone. Therefore, the Star Master of the Sky River Star was still implementing a restricted entry policy. The hundreds of star passages in the atmosphere were all guarded by soldiers of the victorious return army. In the void where the venue of the prince's press conference was located, a brand new celebration rostrum was also being built. The Star Master of the Sky River Star tomorrow was destined to welcome an unprecedented grand occasion. Once again, it would be the focus of attention of the three main planes of the universe. The so-called celebration was actually just a formality. If it were not for the insistence of the elephant fox Martin, Longshan Tang, and Gong Huaji, the three immortal realm masters, Yi Xian would not have bothered with such a superficial thing. However, in order to obtain more top-grade precious materials and medicines, Yi Xian still patiently waited until the day of the celebration, even though he found it a little boring. Before the official opening of the celebration ceremony, whether it was the representatives of the various races of the Myriad Race Alliance in the first universe or the representatives of the various races of the former Federation in the second universe, they all arrived at the Star Master of the Sky River Star and were temporarily settled in various areas of the void outside the atmosphere of the Star Master of the Sky River Star. Before the ceremony, Yi Xian did not see a single one of them. Soon, the celebration officially began. This time, Yi Xian could not avoid it no matter what. He had to sit on the rostrum. After all, he was now the private lord of the Star Master of the Sky River Star. In this kind of occasion, he could not be absent from it. In addition to Yi Xian, there were also several of Yi Xian's confidants sitting on the rostrum, including Naples. However, Mosquito Butcher did not appear. He was not suitable for this kind of occasion. His appearance was too wretched. In addition, there were the three old fellows, Elephant Fox Martin, Longshan Tang, and Gong Huaji. The whole celebration, from beginning to end, was mostly the long-winded speeches of these three old fellows, which made Yi Xian feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Finally, it was Yi Xian's turn to speak as the private lord of the Star Master of the Sky River Star. After a few brief words, he immediately announced that the ceremony was over and the celebration was over. However, although the formal ceremony was over, it was obviously impossible for Yi Xian to calm down immediately. For such a large-scale celebration, the formal ceremony was just a formality. The real highlight was the friendship between the host and the guests of the various parties after the formal ceremony. Chapter 41-34. In the cosmic void outside the atmosphere of the heavenly river star, a huge platform with a length and width of 1,000 miles stood quietly. This was originally the rostrum for the celebration of the heavenly river star. But now, the rostrum had been removed. On this huge platform with a radius of 1,000 miles, there were tables of banquets. Only 1,000 tables were set up on this vast platform, and each round table could seat 100 people. The tables were filled with all kinds of spiritual fruits, spiritual wine, and the like. The heavenly river star had always been rich, so it could definitely afford 1,000 tables of banquets. It was almost a drop in the bucket. These 1,000 tables of banquets were also divided into different levels. The table in the center was empty, so it was obviously the main table. Except for a few trusted generals such as Yi Xian, Mosquito Butcher, and Yi Xian's subordinate, Naples, and so on, the other nearly 100 people were all from the three realms of the universe. They were the leaders of the various top forces viewing groups. The first circle of the inner circle closest to the main table was equally important. The other members of the various top forces viewing groups were seated there. From the first circle of the inner circle to the outer circle, the status of the guests at the banquets decreased in descending order. But those who were qualified to sit on this huge platform with a radius of 1,000 miles, even if they sat in the outermost circle, were not that weak. No matter how low their status or strength was, they were not that weak. Basically, except for some special cases, such as those who were of noble status, in terms of cultivation strength, those who had not reached the 15th realm of the starry sky were basically not qualified to set foot on this huge platform. In addition to this huge platform with a radius of 1,000 miles, there were more people of the Federation and Masters of the Starry Sky in the surrounding void. They either directly set up their own banquets in the void, or stayed in the densely packed battleships in the void to watch the ceremony from afar. This time, the 8 great Vajras were also released from the Shinong Cauldron by Yi Xian. It was the first time that they met the representatives of the major forces of the 3 main realms of the starry sky as Yi Xian's trusted subordinates. These 8 guys were all young juniors of various races in the second universe. Now, their cultivation strength had skyrocketed, and they had all become masters of the universe. They sat in the first circle of the inner circle outside the main table of the central region on the huge platform and walked back and forth between the tables, representing Yi Xian to entertain the distinguished guests. This scene stunned the prodigies of the various races in the former Federation of the Second Universe who were acquainted with them. Then, their faces were filled with envy. In particular, those who had been taken into the Shinong Cauldron by Linghu, only to be redeemed by their respective races, were even more regretful at this moment. Their eyes were full of resentment. At the table closest to the main table in the first circle of the inner circle, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, who had just become Star Lords and were publicly known to be close to Yi Xian, were all present. There was an old man next to each of them. They were the masters of the Xianyuan family, the Duanmu family, and the Zhao family. The 3 old men were all excited. They had never dreamt that their grandson-in-law would reach such a height, even though they didn't know who that grandson-in-law was. However, they hadn't made a decision yet. When the 8 great guardian deities saw the 3 girls, they immediately ran over and served them attentively. This scene made the surrounding guests even more certain in their hearts. They looked at old man Xianyuan and the others with eyes full of envy. Those were 8 of Star-Lord Ye's retinues, who were on the same level as the chief steward of the palace. Yet, they were so friendly to the 3 girls, as if they were trying to curry favor with them. Was there any need to mention their identities? As for the Domain Lord's table on the huge platform, other than Yi Xian, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and the other 10 upper echelons of the main side, almost all of the top powers in the 3 main planes of the starry sky realm had 1 or 2 upper echelons of the audience. In the Senate of the headquarters of the human clan in the Third Universe and the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation, there were still 3 immortal old monsters, Elephant Fox Martin, Long Shan Tang, and Gong Huaji. They sat at the head of the main table, right next to Yi Xian, Old Man Mosquito Butcher, and the others. In addition, the high-level guests from the Second Universe and the First Universe sat around the table, on the left and right sides of the main table. There were dozens of people. Among the races of the former Federation in the Second Universe, apart from the Blood Dragon Clan, the Green Rock Clan, the Battle Lion Clan, the Yinji Clan, the Barbarian Bull Clan, the Golden Eagle Clan, the Colorful Python Clan, the Greedy Wolf Clan, and the Tree Spirit Clan, even the Dark Turtle Clan, which had been sealed a few days ago, had sent an immortal elder. In addition to the top 10, some other powerful races in the Second Universe had also sent representatives. As for the Myriad Race Alliance in the First Universe and the 4 Race Alliance, which was originally led by the Demon, almost all of them had arrived. The Hell Ant Clan, the Space Mouse Clan, and the Giant Ferocious Clan all sent an immortal old monster. These 3 races and Yi Xian could be considered to be on the same side, and they had secretly formed a nameless alliance. The gold members of the alliance. It could be said that almost all the races and forces in the 3 main planes of the universe had come today, regardless of whether they were hostile or friendly to each other before or even now, and even regardless of how unpleasant their relationship with Yi Xian had been. Today, they had arrived at the Heavenly River Star at the center of the giant platform. After sitting down at the Domain Master's table, everyone's faces were filled with harmonious smiles without exception. All of this was for the sake of Yi Xian's great luck. Otherwise, sitting together at such a table, there would be no need for any disagreement. Before their butts could sit down, a super chaotic battle would break out, rumble, crack. On the giant platform with a radius of thousands of miles outside the atmosphere of the Heavenly River Star, the representatives of the top races and forces from the 3 main planes of the universe and the upper echelons of the various parties had just taken their seats and were exchanging pleasantries with each other. In the distant void thousands of miles away from the depths of the graveyard domain, loud thunderous sounds suddenly came from the void. Then, a crisp lightning bolt split open the universe void in that direction, and the figure of an old man stepped out. It was the second-generation ancestor of the demon race, who had fought side by side with Yi Xian. He was a supreme being with the terrifying power of an immortal lord. Of course, at this moment, this second-generation ancestor of the demon race obviously didn't come with his true body, as that would be too dangerous. After all, the demon race, the human race, and the myriad Luo Federation had just finished a large-scale battle in the universe. The third universe was the territory of the human race, and there were more than one or two emperors guarding it. However, at this time, it was just a projection avatar, so it wasn't too risky. Even if he was killed here, there wouldn't be too much damage. Chapter 4135. This time, not all the representatives who came to Sky River Star to participate in the ceremony were undying old monsters. Many races and forces sent Universe 9 Great Perfection Old Ancestors, which were half-step undying old monsters. However, in addition to the two camps of the human clan, the Elder Council of the Myriad Luo Federation headquarters, the Elephant Fox Martin, the Dragon Mountain Tang, the Gong Huaji, and the Mosquito Butcher, the four immortal old monsters who were originally here, among the various top factions who had arrived one after another yesterday, an immortal old monster was sent to lead the team. There were also many top forces and races who came. For example, the Hell Ant Clan, the Space Mouse Clan, the Giant Ferocious Clan from the First Universe, as well as several undying old monsters from the Myriad Luo Alliance of the First Universe, and so on. In addition, the top 10 great forces of the former Federation of the Second Universe were all led by an undying old monster. At this moment, there were more than 30 undying old monsters on this huge platform in the void outside Sky River Star's atmosphere. It could be said that such a luxurious scene had never been seen in the three universes for tens of thousands of years, including the ultimate Starry Sky battle that had just ended in the first universe not long ago. Only a dozen or so immortal realm old monsters had appeared in that battle. But even so, as the projection of the second-generation ancestor of the Devil Cultivator race descended, the gazes of everyone in this star domain were still focused on it without any suspense, including the nearly 30 immortal old monsters. Although the other party was only a projection, his original body was still an undying old monster. The strength of such a projection was definitely not weaker than an ordinary undying old monster. Little friend Yi, you have obtained Sky River Star and officially appeared in the three main star planes of the current era. In the future, you will definitely soar into the sky. This old man is tied up with clan affairs and can't come in person. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the second-generation ancestor of the demon race in the void thousands of miles away cupped his hands toward Yi Xian and said with a kind smile, "Here, this old man represents our ally, the demon race, to congratulate you on dominating the 9,000 star seas, and the great Tao is just around the corner." The surrounding void had long been dead silent. Everyone's expression was very strange, including the 20 undying old monsters. Even though they were undyings, they were only normal undyings. Compared to an official, it was like the difference between a normal space warrior and an undying old monster. Of course, old Devil Mosquito Butcher didn't count. He didn't have any unusual expression on his face at all. He didn't even look at the second-generation descendant of the demon race. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher's original body was the direct descendant of another follower of the demon race. He was the same generation as the first-generation descendant of the demon race. Speaking of which, this second-generation descendant of the demons had to call Old Man Mosquito Butcher his martial uncle. At this moment, countless people had personally witnessed a marquis being so courteous to Yi Xian, and his words even revealed some secrets. So it turned out that the Devil Dweller race and Yi Xian had already formed a private alliance. This immediately caused the surrounding space to fall silent for a short period of time before whispers sounded out. However, with the Marquis Undyings present, no one dared to speak loudly. Even the Undying spoke softly. Naturally, the discussions didn't spread far and weren't heard by others. Boom. Gotcha. Rumble, gotcha. Just as Yi Xian stood up, cupped his hands, and was about to return the greeting with a smile on his face, a series of thunderous explosions sounded out from the other three directions in the surrounding space. Following closely behind was the familiar sound of lightning striking down. In addition to the direction where the projection of the second-generation ancestor descended, in the other three directions, the void was split open by a bolt of lightning at the same time, and from the cracks in the void, a figure walked out. All of them were humans. Their auras were the same as the second-generation descendant of the demon race. They were all Marquis Undyings. This Undying official clearly didn't descend personally. Instead, like the second-generation ancestor descendant of the demon man race, he descended as a projection avatar. This was because when they stepped out of their respective cracks in space, they were all connected by a beam of light. Three figures, one middle-aged man and two elders, were expressionless. They looked at the second-generation descendant of the demon race and spoke one after another. "I'm the Marquis Elder of the Empire, Marquis Longwen. Marquis Elder of Tianju Palace, Marquis Gongsu. Marquis Elder of the Senate of the Federation, Marquis Luo Jin." The three Marquis Undyings came from the two camps of the human race and the Senate of the Myriad Luo Federation. They represented the masters of this universe. At this moment, they all descended at the same time. After they descended, they all glanced at the second-generation descendant of the demon race. This scene made everyone's expression change slightly. Tens of millions of miles away from Sky River Star's atmosphere, the vast void of the universe was instantly covered with a layer of extremely oppressive aura. Almost subconsciously, the people of the Federation and the great beings in the space all held their breaths. Their scalps were numb and twitching. These were four Marquis Undyings. Even if they were just projections, each of them was at least at the late stage of the Undying realm, or even at the peak of the Undying realm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were half Marquis. If they fought on the spot, the countless people of the Federation and the great beings in the space between the four of them, including the people of Sky River Star and the space, would probably become collateral damage. None of them would benefit from it. Although most of the people here were great beings of the human race and the people of the Federation, and Star Master Yi Xian of Sky River Star was an ally of the demon race, for these Marquis-level beings, if they were really angry, they obviously wouldn't care about these things. If they said that they wanted to fight, it was possible that they would really fight. They would fight in an instant. In fact, in the face of this scene, the nearly 30 Undyings from the top races and powers on the giant platform were extremely nervous at this moment. They all had bitter smiles on their faces. Although they were Undyings, if the projections of the four Marquis-level Undyings fought, even they could only cover their heads and run like rats. Not to mention participating in the fight or stopping the fight, they were not even qualified to say a word of advice. Only the old devil mosquito butcher, whose status and seniority were much higher than the four Marquis-level Undyings, sneered after his face darkened. Although he was only a clone, the status of his original body was frighteningly high. He was of the same generation as the ancestor of the demon race, and at least had the status of Feng Xianfeng, Wang Xianfeng's cultivation level. If these four guys really fought, it would be fine if the old devil mosquito butcher didn't show up. But once he showed his identity, the four old devils would probably not dare to disrespect him out of fear. Chapter 4136. Following Yi Xian's words, the vast universe void tens of millions of miles away from Sky River Planet's atmosphere once again fell into dead silence. The large amount of whispers that were previously as soft as the buzzing of mosquitoes completely disappeared in the blink of an eye. The countless gazes that were originally sweeping across the four Marquis-level Undyings facing each other from extremely far away all shifted once again, converging on Yi Xian. Even the projection clones of the four Marquis-level Undyings, who were currently engaged in a battle of gazes, temporarily stopped their battle of gazes and cast their gazes towards Yi Xian together. On the huge platform that was thousands of miles in radius, all the seated guests from all over felt as though they were sitting on a carpet of needles. Even the three fearless girls, Purplish Warbler, Duamu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, were inexplicably nervous. As for the three old men beside the three of them, their faces turned green, and their faces were filled with grief and resentment. In their opinion, their foolish grandson-in-law was indeed ferocious, but he couldn't see the situation clearly and was too impulsive. He actually dared to provoke the four marquis-level undyings at such a time, and his tone was so impolite. Anyone who heard him would understand that this was clearly sarcasm and provocation. Oh my God, these are marquis-level undyings. It's fine if it's in private, seeing how popular you are now, they won't hold a grudge against you. But right now, billions of people are watching, and they're at the scene right now. Where do you expect these marquis-level undyings to put their face? This is the rhythm of a disaster. The three old men were extremely depressed. It wasn't easy for them to find an unprecedented grandson-in-law, but before they could even marry him, he was already dead. Only old Devil Mosquito Butcher, who was sitting beside Yi Xian, had a calm expression, as though he didn't care about any of this at all. However, just as everyone thought that the four of them were about to clash in secret and were interrupted by a Sector Lord Jr., they would definitely be enraged. Just as they were about to explode and roar in space, a shocking scene occurred. Among the four marquis-level undyings who turned their gazes towards Yi Xian's unfriendly words, the second marquis-level undyings from the first universe didn't make a sound. After all, Yi Xian's words were basically directed at the other three marquis-level undyings, and it didn't have much to do with him. And everyone knew that the three marquis-level undyings from the two camps of the human race and the myriad Luo Federation headquarters Senate that were ridiculed by Yi Xian in public. After a short moment of hesitation, they actually forced a forced smile on their faces after glancing at Yi Xian's face. It was even uglier than crying. But where? The three of us are here to congratulate you. How could we destroy your Milky Way sector? Yes, yes, yes. You're too humorous. Even I was amused. That's how juniors should be, high-spirited and full of vigor. Not bad, that's right. The three of us represent the two camps of the human race and the myriad Luo Federation headquarters. We're all on your side. How could we destroy your Milky Way sector? That's a really funny joke. By the way, I heard that you've just refined a vial of level 19 liquid and completed 99% of the formula of level 20 liquid. However, you couldn't complete the last medicinal ingredient because you didn't have enough top-level precious materials. That's right, I heard that you've just refined a vial of level 19 liquid and completed 99% of the formula of level 20 liquid. Yes. Why didn't you say so earlier? We're all on the same side. Besides, you're known as a master of both medicine and tools. Researching the level 20 liquid is a blessing to the human race and the Federation. How could we let you shoulder the burden alone? We should share the burden together. Little friend Yi, this jade box contains all kinds of top-notch medicinal herbs that are extremely useful to sempiternal realm experts. These are all from the treasury of our great Tang Empire, and there are a total of 180 kinds of medicinal herbs and 360 stalks. Take it as the great Tang Empire's support for little friend Ye's research on the level 20 medicinal liquid. And our Sky Palace. Hey, here's 202 types of undying level materials, 2 of each type, for a total of 404 types. How can the Federation Senate be left out of such an important matter? Young friend, quickly accept it. There are 648 immortal rank precious materials and medicines in this jade box. Similarly, there are 2 of each type, making a total of 324 types. Oh, right, little friend, the level 19 liquid you just made, I wonder if we can take a look at it. The 3 of us can take a look at it. As they were speaking, the three marquee undyings in three different directions waved their hands and sent over a jade box. Inside were all undying level materials and medicines, which could be used to refine the level 20 or even level 21 liquid. Resources. There were a total of more than 600 types, and more than 1,000 types. This amount of resources was absolutely shocking. Even Yi Xian's heart was beating wildly. Among the three main dimensions of the universe, perhaps only the two camps of the human race in the third universe and the myriad Luo Federation could gather such a huge amount of resources. If it were anyone else, even the myriad Luo Federation in the first universe or the former Federation in the second universe, they would only be able to gather about 70% to 80% of the resources. The foundation of the human race had always been the best among the three dimensions of the universe. Of course, the Tianji race might be an exception. After all, before they migrated and disappeared, they were known as the number one overlord of the three main dimensions of the universe. Xiao. Xiao. As the sound of something breaking through the air approached, the three small jade boxes shot over and stopped about a foot away from Yi Xian. They were at a height where he could touch them with just a slight lift of his hand. At this moment, the countless gazes in the surroundings were already glowing with an oily green light. If possible, everyone would want to take these three jade boxes for themselves. Including the terrifying old ghost mosquito butcher by Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian didn't even think about it before waving his hand and storing the three jade boxes into his undying world at the first possible moment, as if he'd sensed the countless wolf-like fiery gazes that were converging in the surrounding space. They were free anyway, so it would be a waste to not take them. After keeping the three jade boxes, he let out a sigh of relief and relaxed. Thinking back to the last words of the three marquee undyings in the distance, they were obviously uncertain about his ability to refine the level 18 liquid and wanted to confirm it on the spot. Thinking about this, Yi Xian curled his lips and decided to be generous for once. With a thought, he took out three identical jade boxes from his undying world, each containing a tube of the level 19 liquid he had just refined. Chapter 4137. 5 tubes of medicinal ingredients, 5 tubes of medicinal ingredients. As soon as these words left his mouth, the surrounding space became deathly silent once again. Immediately after, an earth-shattering clamor rose up like a tide. When countless gazes once again looked towards Yi Xian, their gazes had completely changed. Their small eyes were as if they were looking at a monster. This wasn't a level 1 or level 2 fluid, but a level 19 fluid. A level 19 fluid that could create a universe-grade powerhouse. It was only one realm away from becoming an undying grade powerhouse. No one in the three main dimensions of the universe had ever thought of being able to concoct such a level of gene cultivation fluid. However, Yi Xian had not only managed to concoct it successfully, but he had also managed to concoct it with 0 failure rate. A total of 5 sets of medicinal ingredients had actually concocted 5 tubes of level 19 fluid. How could this be described as a master in both medicine and equipment? Such a monstrous level was simply infuriating. Xiao. Xiao xiao. Just as the surrounding void was in an uproar, 3 faint sounds were heard. The 3 small jade boxes that had been shot out by Yi Xian had already landed in the hands of 3 marquee-level undyings in 3 different directions. The expressions of the 3 old men instantly became dignified. They immediately lowered their heads and glanced at the small jade box in their hands. After opening it, they all took out a small crystal tube that was as thick as 2 fingers and as long as 5 inches. It was clearly filled with a kind of colorful liquid. The next moment, gasps and exclamations came from the mouths of the 3 marquee-level undyings representing the 2 camps of the human race and the myriad Luo Federation. Hiss. This aura, it's indeed a level 19 fluid, and it's incomparably pure. However, this old man hasn't seen such a dense universe-grade aura in many years. With this tube of level 19 fluid, as long as one's cultivation isn't too high or too obvious, one will definitely be able to successfully break through to the universe grade. Little friend Yi is really a monstrous genius. Not only did he concoct a level 19 fluid, but he also succeeded 5 times out of 5 sets of medicinal ingredients. The level of the level 19 fluid is actually so high that there's basically no need to take a second tube. This is simply heaven-defying. It seems that soon, little friend will definitely be able to succeed. There's no doubt that Li Di has concocted a level 20 fluid. Hua. As soon as the 3 Marquis-level Undying Fighters finished their words, the surrounding void space exploded. Everyone was in an uproar. Tens of millions of miles away from the atmosphere of Sky River Planet, the entire universe was in an uproar. Amidst the uproar, countless starry sky powerhouses looked at Yi Xian in a different light. In particular, the high-level representatives representing the major races and forces of the 3 main starry sky planes who had come to the Sky River Star to watch the ceremony were all green with envy. A level 19 fluid might not make them go crazy, but a level 20 fluid was definitely a different story. After all, it was a top-notch gene cultivation fluid that could create immortal old monsters. It was not an exaggeration to call it a god-level fluid. In particular, in some races, there was only one immortal old monster in charge, or even one immortal old monster in charge. For them, the value and significance of a tube of level 20 fluid was absolutely incomparable. If they could get their hands on a tube, the overall strength of the entire race would undergo earth-shaking changes. As for the top races of the 3 main starry sky planes, such as the Mouse race in the first universe, the Hell Ant race in the Hell, the top 10 races in the second universe, the 2 camps of the human race in the third universe, the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation, and so on, there were many immortal old monsters. There were even Marquis-level Undying Fighters and King-level Undying Fighters. The value and significance of a level 20 fluid were also incomparable. After all, a corner of the desolate world in the demon territory in the first universe had already descended. The entire collapsed primitive world could descend at any time. In the face of such a world-ending crisis, if a race could have as many immortal old monsters as possible, it would undoubtedly greatly increase the chances of survival of the entire race. It could be said that at this moment, when the fact that Yi Xian had concocted a level 19 fluid was publicly confirmed, and even the successful concoction of a level 20 fluid was basically confirmed to be not far away, in the eyes of the higher-ups of all the races and forces of the 3 main starry sky planes, he instantly became an extremely attractive and irreplaceable person. So, our young friend has been studying gene cultivation fluids recently. Previously, only Elephant Fox Ferret, Long Shan Tang, and Gong Huaji knew that Yi Xian had concocted a level 19 fluid. Then, the 3 of them immediately notified the 2 camps of the human race and the Wan Luo Federation headquarters behind them. If it wasn't for this, the 2 camps of the human clan and the Federation Senate wouldn't have been so serious this time. Each of them sent out an undying marquis to specially deliver such a large amount of immortal-level treasures to Yi Xian. It could be said that except for the 2 camps of the human race and the Wan Luo Federation headquarters, the other forces didn't know about this at all, including the demon race that had allied with Yi Xian. Since the incident on the Demon Emperor planet, when the entire demon race was taken away by the second-generation ancestors' light of guidance, Yi Xian hadn't been in contact with the demon race, so he didn't know where the secret region of his ancestral land was. Today, the second-generation ancestor of the demon race had originally come to congratulate Yi Xian on obtaining the Sky River sector and officially entering the core stage of the 3 main starry skies. However, at this moment, because of the conversation between Yi Xian and the other 3 marquis, he instantly understood and immediately said, "In today's world, all races are facing a supreme crisis. The time when the Great Desolation era is coming in full force is coming at any time. Our young friend is so talented that you have concocted a level 19 fluid. Come, the successful concoction of the level 20 fluid is just around the corner. This is a supreme resource that can create immortal level masters. It's of great significance to all races facing the Great Desolation era. We, the demon race, are allies with our young friend. Since our young friend has such great ambitions, the demon race, we'll definitely do our best to help. Speaking of this, the second-generation ancestor of the devil cultivator flicked his finger slightly, and in an instant, a wisp of green light shot out. Over the years, the devil cultivator has collected a lot of immortal-level supreme treasures and medicines. As the second-generation ancestor, although this old man doesn't carry much with him, it is enough to show my gratitude to you. Enough. Chapter 4138. The second-generation ancestor of the demon race left, but before he left, he expressed an attitude. It was an attitude that was completely different from the two camps of the human race and the myriad Luo Federation Senate when it came to Yi Xian's research and concocting of the level 20 gene cultivation fluid. The two human factions and the myriad Luo Federation Senate had long known about this matter. It could be said that they had come prepared. However, these three planar-level super forces had only taken out a little over 2,000 immortal-rank precious herbs. However, the second-generation descendant of the demon race was completely unaware of this matter, yet he still casually gave away close to 2,000 stalks of various immortal-grade precious materials and medicines. From the looks of it, anyone would know that this was absolutely all the precious materials he had on him. Besides, before he left, he made it clear that he didn't have much on him. If he didn't have enough, he could just go to the demon race treasury and take whatever he wanted. This was simply a slap in the face. The second-generation ancestor of the demon race left in a carefree manner, but his aloof attitude and plain words before he left were no different from slapping the faces of the other three marquee-level undyings. All of this was extremely subtle, and all the great beings in the universe knew it clearly. When they stole glances at the three marquee-level undyings representing the two human camps and the myriad Luo Federation Senate, their expressions unknowingly became a little strange. As for the three old guys, their old faces were slightly red at this moment. They glanced in the direction where the second-generation ancestor of the demon race disappeared, and their eyes flashed with an obscure unfriendly light. Although it was embarrassing, the necessary explanation or cover-up was still necessary. Little friend, don't mind it. There are also large amounts of undying precious materials and medicines in the treasury of our undying dynasty. This time, we're just sending a batch over to deal with the emergency. If you need it, you can come and take it as you wish. That's right, the level 20 gene cultivation fluid is no small matter. Our 10 absolute heavenly palace and little friend Yi are both from the human race. For such a big matter, we'll naturally help you. Little friend, you don't have to worry about the undying precious materials and medicines. We'll take care of it for you. Yes, yes, yes. What does it have to do with that demon? They are not of our race. Even if we don't say that they will have different intentions, it is still necessary to be more careful on some major issues. Be careful. Although not all members of the myriad Luo Federation are of the human race, young friend, you should know that even the headquarters of the Federation is rooted in the immortal star. Just this alone is enough to show the attitude of the Federation. We are definitely family with young friend. When it comes to major issues like the level 20 liquid, the Federation will always stand with young friend. Little friend, I'll help you prepare a large amount of level 20 liquid for the benefit of the human race. As they spoke, the 3 level 19 liquid was sent back by the 3 official level undyings and kept in his undying world. Although this kind of thing was the only thing in the world, it could only create the old monsters of the universe. To these 3 official level undyings, it was obviously not attractive at all. Unless it was a level 20 liquid that could make them consider the race behind them and pay attention to it. These words were said in a dignified manner, but Yi Xian wasn't a rash person. He still had a feeling in his heart, and as long as he compared the faces of these 3 old fellows to the second generation of the demon cultivator race, he would be able to understand what was going on. However, he obviously could not easily reveal all of this. The 3 old men were hypocritical, so Yi Xian followed them and pretended to be polite. His words were all ambiguous, and when it came to critical issues, he would not easily express his opinion. Fortunately, the three old men clearly did not expect Yi Xian to have already deduced the formula of the level 20 liquid. They probably thought that he would need a certain amount of time. Hence, when they came this time, they did not linger too much. After exchanging some pleasantries, they left one after another. The projection retreated back into the crack in space. Within the crack, they returned. With the departure of these three undyings, in the universe void outside Sky River Planet's atmosphere, the tense and oppressive atmosphere gradually dissipated. The sound of discussions and pleasantries rose again, and the atmosphere slowly became lively again. Previously, only the elephant fox ferret, Long Shantang, and Gong Huaji knew that Yi Xian had already refined the level 19 liquid. Even the level 20 liquid formula was in the process of being deduced and 99% completed. Only the last material was left unconfirmed. However, it was different now. This matter had been made public, and all the races and powers in the three main dimensions of the universe knew about it. Under such circumstances, when the higher-ups of the various races and powers who came this time looked at Yi Xian again, their gazes and attitudes were completely different. Even if they had a deep grudge with Yi Xian, they could only come here half-heartedly. It was completely out of respect for the fact that his great destiny belonged to him. Moreover, the three main dimensions of the universe were indeed facing a major existential crisis, so they pinched their noses and rushed over to the races of the second universe and the first universe. The alliance of the myriad races. Now that they knew that Yi Xian would soon be able to create the level 20 liquid, the uncomfortable feeling in their hearts instantly dissipated without exception. When the higher-ups looked at Yi Xian, even their eyes were faintly green. They simply wished they could swallow him in one gulp and hold him in the palm of their hands. Such a large group of universe-old monsters and immortal-old monsters all swarmed over to curry favor. Yi Xian suddenly felt a headache. At this moment, the rescue finally came. Ayaya, my dear grandson-in-law, the little girl Ziying really has good eyesight. When you first came to Heavenly Underworld Planet, didn't this old man say that the two of you were a match made in heaven? It's definitely a match made in heaven. Old man Xianyuan, do you have any shame? You're pulling this old man's grandson-in-law and you're saying that it's a match made in heaven. Hurry up and let go. You're getting more and more shameless at your age. Old man Zhao, you're not any better. Little friend Yi is my little tease. Didn't you see that they were taking a bath together before? Your girls were the first to leave to avoid suspicion. My little T is the first wife, so she has the confidence to be the last to come out. As these shameless words sounded, the three old men stood up from the table closest to the first circle of the inner circle. They pulled the three girls beside them and squeezed directly to the main table where Yi Xian was sitting. The group of immortal old monsters was dumbfounded. For a moment, they were all speechless. Although they were unhappy, they knew that the relationship between the three purplish warbler girls and Yi Xian was unclear. It was not good to offend them. For a moment, they were all speechless and looked at each other. In this regard, although Yi Xian was also quite speechless, at least these three old men had helped him out of his predicament. Otherwise, he would still be surrounded by a group of immortal old monsters, harassing him one by one. Chapter 4139. To put it bluntly, these three old men had come here to extort the gene cultivation fluid from Yi Xian. Previously, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru had stayed in the Shenong cauldron for a period of time, roasting the blood and flesh of top-grade primordial beasts every day. Their cultivation had advanced rapidly, and all of them had reached the 14th great realm, the Cosmic Light Realm. Because they were also at the Cosmic Light Realm, it was already very embarrassing. However, not long ago, these three girls had soaked in a bath with Yi Xian, and their cultivation had all soared. From the Cosmic Light Realm, they had directly crossed two great realms and become Star Lords. This matter made them, as the patriarchs of the clan, feel even more embarrassed. Their cultivation and strength were not even as good as their granddaughters. This was really embarrassing. However, the three girls had suddenly experienced a surge in their cultivation because they had obtained a great fortune. This kind of fortune was obviously one of a kind. It was very difficult to encounter another in this world. Although the three old fellows were depressed, they didn't say anything. Have a way. However, this was only in the past. Now, it was obviously not the case. Now that they had such an awesome grandson-in-law, who could even create an old monster of the universe with just a tube of gene cultivation fluid, with their status, could the problem of cultivation strength still be considered a problem? With this thought in mind, the three old men did not need to discuss with each other at all. With just a glance, they had already reached a consensus. Then, taking advantage of the fact that Yi Xian had yet to leave, they stood up at the same time and gathered at the main table. At this moment, after pretending to argue about the ownership of this grandson-in-law for a while, the three old men rolled their eyes and quickly exchanged a look. Immediately, as if they had agreed, they changed the topic. I say, my dear grandson-in-law, it's not that this old man wants to criticize you. Our Ziying girl is indeed very good to her, and you didn't even forget about the matter of bathing to improve her cultivation. However, on this old man's side, you're really a little unkind. After all, this old man is her grandfather. Look at this little girl, she's already a Star Lord, and this old man is only a Star Lord. The cosmic light realm, what a scandal. Yes, yes, yes. Same goes for me. My cultivation base is only at the cosmic light realm. Stinking brat, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you want to see this old man make a fool of himself and want this old man to call his granddaughter, senior? You do have a point. I feel the same way. I'm not in a hurry to become a Star Lord, but you must have a lot of level 15 elixirs, considering that you've already produced a level 19 elixir. If you're really interested, it's only a matter of time before we leave the cosmic state and join the ranks of the universe state. What's the matter? Before Su Yu could finish, the surroundings were already deathly silent. All the guests at the nearby tables had extremely strange gazes, and some of them were even shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. As for the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, who were originally a little confused, after being pulled over for no reason, they all jumped up in anger at the same time. Her face was flushed red as she threw a tantrum at the three shameless old men who were blackmailing her in public. Grandpa, what are you saying? That's so embarrassing. Who would do that? How could you drag me over for such a thing? Those who don't know better might think that it's my idea. I'm so pissed off, I'm so pissed off. Old man, you're too capable. I've only heard of scammers, but you've even scammed my granddaughter today. Aren't you afraid that Grandma will be mad at you for doing this? Besides, isn't it just a tube of level 15 elixir? You should have said so earlier. We have all of it here. You gave it to us a long time ago. Anyway, since we don't need it anymore, we can just take it. The last one to speak was Duanmu Xiaocha, and this girl was still the most honest one. As she spoke, she took out a tube of level 15 liquid. It was something that Yi Xian had given to the three of them before, and was used to break through to the universe realm when they were at the great circle of the ninth step of the cosmic light realm. However, now that the three girls were already Star Lords, this tube of level 15 elixir was obviously useless. It was normal for Duanmu Xiaocha to take it out at this moment. Seeing this girl take out a tube of level 15 liquid so easily, the guests present were stunned. The guests outside the huge platform, as well as a large number of people of the Federation and Starry Sky experts, were in an uproar. Their faces were all flushed. The guests watching the ceremony in the void outside the huge platform, as well as a large number of people of the Federation and Starry Sky experts, were in an uproar. Envious. Old Man Xianyuan and Old Man Zhao, after being slightly stunned, also looked at the purplish warbler and Zhao Qianru respectively. What they meant was that the girl from the Duanmu family had Yi Xian's level 15 elixir. What about the two of you? The two girls were speechless and rolled their eyes. They were more or less unwilling to be considered weak in front of others and not as good as Duanmu Xiaoqiao. Therefore, although they were resentful and shy, in the end, they each took out a tube of level 15 elixir and threw it to Old Man Xianyuan and Old Man Zhao angrily. In their hands. Ayoyo. Damn girl, be careful. This is a level 15 elixir. A full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. If this thing is placed outside, how much blood will it cause? It's just the three of you. You and son-in-law Yi are on the same side. You don't take this kind of treasure seriously. If it were someone else, it would be priceless. Tisk, TSK, TSK. TSK, 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 that's great. Looks like this old man will soon become an almighty figure of the universe. If we knew that you three girls already had it, why would we be so anxious? Hee, but it's no wonder. Who would have known that you three had already hooked up with little friend Yi? The last sentence was said by Old Man Duanmu. In a moment of happiness, he accidentally let it slip. After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that the three girls were all glaring at him angrily. He hurriedly shrunk his neck and changed the topic. He gave Old Man Xianyuan and Old Man Zhao a look, and the three of them shamelessly turned their heads away. Then, he looked at Yi Xian and continued to extort. This, son-in-law, the key is that you're not an outsider, so this old man has nothing to say. Look, the three of us are old. We only have one tube of level 15 elixir, so we might not be able to successfully break through. We're old. When the time comes, we'll be hanging in the middle. What if we don't carry it over? Something big will happen. Right. My son-in-law, you can even make a level 19 elixir. What's the big deal about level 15 and level 16 elixirs? Give us more. There are still some uncles at home. They're all your future relatives. That's exactly what I was thinking. The level 15 elixir can only help me break through to the universe state. It's not as good as these three girls. They should at least become Star Lords, right? If I have 1 or 2 tubes of level 16 elixir, I'll go back and cultivate in seclusion. I won't come out until I become a Star Lord. He's not even as strong as his own granddaughter. He's too ashamed to go out. Faced with this scene, the void was already dead silent. Chapter 4140. Even Yi Xian was amazed by how thick-skinned these three old fellows were. Yi Xian had done plenty of extortion and blackmail, but every time, he would take advantage of the situation. No matter how vicious the extortion was, at least on the surface, he could not do without a dignified reason and excuse. But these three old fellows were good. They directly skipped this part of the process. Just a moment ago, they were still arguing about whose grandson-in-law Yi Xian was. Now, before the key issue was settled, they actually joined forces and started extorting him in front of everyone. They were so righteous and did not hide anything. There was no one else like them. Fortunately, he still had a few vials of level 15 and level 16 liquid in his hands. After taking them out, he finally managed to coax the three old fellows into beaming with joy. For the time being, they were satisfied. Hugging the vials of level 15 and level 16 liquid as if they were hugging a mountain of gold, they casually greeted Yi Xian. After saying that they would see each other again, they happily slipped away. Sorry, these three old fellows are too shameless. Yes or no, we promise that we will not bring them out in the future. Forget it, we should go back first. We have to go back and keep an eye on them. If they swallow the level 15 and level 16 liquid together, that will be troublesome. After the three old fellows slipped away, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaoqia, and Zhao Qianru looked at Yi Xian awkwardly and apologetically. But before they could say anything, the purplish warbler suddenly thought of something and said one last sentence. The three girls' expressions changed, and they immediately turned around and left in a hurry. Yi Xian was stunned for a few seconds. Only then did black lines appear on his forehead. Don't say, these three old fellows are really capable of doing such a thing. The shameless extortion of the three old fellows was just an interlude, and it soon came to an end. However, after their commotion, the original atmosphere at the central domain leader's table on the huge platform had changed. A group of immortal realm old monsters with different thoughts were thinking about how to regain the previous atmosphere and take advantage of this opportunity to talk. Toy Xian had a good chat about the matter of the level 20 liquid. Yi Xian had actually seen this point. Of course, he would not give them such an opportunity again. Otherwise, it would be difficult to escape later. Just as he was about to get up and find an excuse to leave first and return to the Sky River Star, Yi Xian's heart suddenly moved. He reflexively looked to the right of the void, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He reached out and waved in that direction and said, "Come. Come." In an instant, all the guests at the 1,000 tables on the huge platform were stunned. They subconsciously followed the direction of his wave and also looked to the right of the void. As for the guests who were originally in that direction, whether it was the starry sky powerhouses sitting cross-legged in the void of the universe or the people of the Federation in the various battleships, after being slightly stunned, they all became excited in an instant. They remembered what had happened to the purplish warbler, Duan Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. Although it had now been proven that Yi Xian had actually had an affair with these three girls for a long time, at that time, Yi Xian had indeed casually waved his hand, and the three girls got up and left. In the end, they unexpectedly obtained an amazing opportunity and directly jumped from the cosmic light realm to the Star Lord realm. This scene was the consensus of billions of people at that time. And the scene in front of them was so similar to the scene at that time. Could it be that another great opportunity was about to appear? Could it be that Star Lord Yi had taken a fancy to another girl this time? At the thought of this, all the people who happened to be far to the right of the void suddenly stood up. It didn't matter if it was not a girl. Anyway, Star Lord Yi did not directly say that he must have a girl. Regardless of the consequences, they should just go and get some benefits first. If Yi Xian knew that this group of people was actually thinking this at the moment, he would probably find a piece of tofu and kill himself on the spot. The reason why there was a look of surprise on his face, and the reason why he waved to the right of the void and said, "Come," was actually very simple. It was because at that moment, he clearly felt the aura of the devouring avatar. That was originally one of his avatars. Although with Yi Xian's current cultivation and strength, the mental connection between them would be severed if they were too far away. However, when they were within 100 million miles, the connection between the original body and the avatar could be restored instantly. Right now, he had this kind of feeling in his heart, which meant that the devouring avatar had already arrived. It had returned from the human race's 10 absolute celestial palaces territory to the technology dynasty territory and was rushing towards the Sky River sector. It was less than 100 million miles away from him. 100 million miles distance was a distance that Yi Xian, with his current cultivation and strength of the Sector Lord realm, could reach in the time it takes to eat a meal if he rushed at full speed. The devouring avatar's cultivation and strength were originally stronger than Yi Xian's. If there were no accidents, it was very likely that it was already at the universe grade by now. After all, he was a spirit avatar. The heavenly devouring avatar directly devoured all kinds of energy when cultivating, so it was naturally faster than Yi Xian. Under such circumstances, with his speed, he could reach it in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea at most. In the cosmic void to the right, a large number of extremely excited starry sky powerhouses, who thought that good fortune had arrived, quickly fell into an awkward situation after swarming out. This was because they realized that although Yi Xian was looking in their direction, his focus was clearly not on them. Not on them, but at the end of the void further behind them, depressed, this group of people also turned around to look. Not long after, in the cosmic void ahead of them, a figure stepped on the void and came over. His clothes were as white as snow, and his appearance was exactly the same as Star-Lord Yi, who was on the huge platform outside the atmosphere of Sky River Planet. Seeing this figure appear, the expression of the immortal old monster Gong Huaji, who represented the human race's 10 absolute celestial palaces, changed slightly, but soon he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He naturally recognized who this person was at a glance. Wasn't this the invincible war god who had stirred up chaos in the territory of the cultivation camp controlled by the Tenju Heavenly Palace, but had been living very comfortably all this time? In fact, as this figure came closer and closer, not only him, but many people also recognized him. In an instant, exclamations resounded in this part of the void. This is the invincible war god. Star-Lord Ye's devouring avatar. One of the 7 peerless evildoers? That's right, it's the invincible war god who charged into the cultivation camp alone, stirring up chaos in the 10 absolute celestial palaces, but the more he fought, the braver he became. It's said that at that time, he wasn't even a powerful figure of Qinkuan. Who would have thought that now, he's already at the peak of Sector Lord level 9. Chapter 41-41. Sector Lord level 9 perfection. This was the current cultivation level of the devouring avatar. In less than 2 years, it had actually grown to such a height. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the innate devouring avatar, it grew so quickly. It didn't even need to cultivate, nor did it need any luck. It could devour and refine all kinds of energy for itself. This was also the reason why he was alone in the cultivation camp. While devouring energy, he had to be careful of the 10 extreme celestial palaces pursuit. Otherwise, if he could devour without any restraints, Yi Xian's innate devouring avatar's cultivation level would have reached the immortal realm. It wasn't anything strange. As for the fact that the devouring avatar's cultivation level was stronger than the original body, Yi Xian wasn't worried at all. His devouring avatar was different from the devouring avatar in the current cultivation system. In the current world, in the 3 main dimensions of the universe, whether it was the human race or the other races, including the Tianji race and the automaton race, devouring avatars had all kinds of restrictions. Their cultivation level couldn't be stronger than the original body. Even the space for growth was limited by the original body's various talents and innate conditions. However, Yi Xian's innate devouring avatar was completely different. Not only was its future growth not limited by Yi Xian's original body, even if its cultivation level was stronger than the original body, there wouldn't be any problems. The original body was the original body, and the devouring avatar was the original body. They were basically one. It was as if Yi Xian had made a copy of himself and split it out. Of course, if he could split it out, he could naturally take it back at any time. And now that the devouring avatar had returned, the opportunity for the original body and the avatar to merge into one was obviously right in front of him. You have returned. I have returned. Separated by millions of li, Yi Xian and the devouring avatar's eyes met. The two of them had the same thought and said the same words. Then, they smiled faintly and leaped up at the same time, charging into the sky. Xiao. Swish. The 2 figures were dressed differently, but their appearances were exactly the same. However, there was a slight difference in their cultivation levels. One was a level 3 sector lord, while the other was a level 9 sector lord. At this moment, they transformed into 2 streaks of light, shooting through the space above the atmosphere of Sky River Star. After a few whistling sounds, they finally collided. Come together, become one. The devourer treasured body and Yi Xian's figure overlapped. This scene was witnessed by countless Federation citizens and cosmic experts in the surrounding void. In the end, the 2 figures became the only one. The invincible avatar had finally returned. Boom! Boom! Just as the devouring treasured body returned to Yi Xian's body, shocking waves surged within his body. Clear, thunderous roars rang out one after another. With the return of his doppelganger, Yi Xian's cultivation aura began to rise rapidly. This was expected. The doppelganger was a part of the complete self. Even if the doppelganger's cultivation level was weaker than that of the original self, when the doppelganger returned, the original self's cultivation level would increase as a result. Furthermore, the doppelganger's cultivation level now surpassed that of the original self. Once it returned, the impact on the original self's cultivation level would naturally be greater. This scene was within the expectations of countless Federation citizens and cosmic experts in the surrounding void. Even Yi Xian himself had been mentally prepared for this. However, no one could predict the level of the original self's cultivation level that would soar due to the doppelganger's return. Even Yi Xian himself had no way of guessing. However, at this moment, as soon as he heard the roars and explosions in his body, his expression changed instantly. The speed of the increase in his cultivation level was too fast. At this moment, he felt as if there was a boundless ocean that was stirring up waves of shocking waves that were roaring towards him. Just the arrival of the first wave caused Yi Xian's cultivation level to break through. In his mind, the familiar system notification sounded without suspense. Ding! Congratulations host, ancient Dongshu formula has broken through. Current realm, level 4 sector Lord realm. Ding! Congratulations host, ancient Dongshu formula has broken through. Current realm, level 4 sector Lord realm. Soon after, the second wave of shock enveloped Yi Xian's body and mind in a single breath. In less than half an instant, a second familiar system notification sounded out. Ding! Congratulations host, ancient Dongshu formula has broken through. Current realm, level 5 sector Lord realm. Ding! Congratulations host, ancient Dongshu formula has broken through. Current realm, level 5 sector Lord realm. This wasn't the end. Before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, the third wave of stormy waves roared over. For the third time, a familiar system notification sounded out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations host, ancient Dongshu formula has broken through. Current realm, level 6 sector Lord realm. Ding! Congratulations host, ancient Dongshu formula has broken through. Current realm, level 6 sector Lord realm. In a short span of 3 breaths, Yi Xian's cultivation level had broken through by 3 small levels. Furthermore, his cultivation technique and physical body had broken through at the same time. This scene was too shocking and was witnessed by countless Federation citizens and experts in the surrounding space. In an instant, countless cries of envy rang out and reverberated throughout the area. Heavens, in 3 breaths, he broke through by 3 small levels. Furthermore, it was a breakthrough in the Sector Lord realm. How is he going to live? I don't know about others, but this old man has nothing left to live for. Compared to Star Lord Yi, this old man has lived for so many years for nothing. Clone. Even a clone can cause the main body to break through. What kind of clone is this? How did he refine it? This is simply defying common sense. Too shocking. In a short span of time, he broke through by 3 small levels. How much is Star Lord Yi going to use this cheat, to what extent? That invincible war god clone is at the peak of the Sector Lord realm. It can't be that the main body has broken through to such a level, right? That's too shocking. If that's really the case, this old man is going to doubt his life. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire mind was completely immersed in the thrill of breaking through rapidly. It was simply indescribable and made him feel as though he was floating like an immortal. Everything was still going on. The system notification in Yi Xian's mind was still ringing non-stop. Every breath he took was a small breakthrough. Finally, after the 6th breath, the final system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations host, ancient Dongshu formula has broken through. Current realm, level 9 sector Lord realm peak. Ding! Congratulations host, ancient Dongshu formula has broken through. Current realm, Level 9 Sector Lord Realm Peak. Level 9 Sector Lord Realm Peak. Wasn't this half-step universe realm? Chapter 41-42. With the return of the devouring clone, the strength of Yi Xian's original body rose instantly. In just 6 breaths of time, he had broken through 6 small ranks. Now, his cultivation had risen from the 3rd level of the Sector Lord Realm to the 9th level of the Sector Lord Realm Perfection stage. One had to know that he was merely a domain lord a few days ago. A few days ago, he had crossed a large realm from the Domain Lord Realm to the 3rd level of the Sector Lord Realm. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had crossed more than half a realm and directly charged into the 9th level of the Sector Lord Realm Perfection stage. Such a scene made countless experts in the surrounding void beat their chests and stamp their feet as they started to doubt their lives. Yi Xian opened his eyes at this moment. There was clearly a trace of excitement that flashed through his eyes. 9th level of the Sector Lord Realm. It was really too fast. Moreover, his current strength was far from what it was now. Previously, when his original body was at the 3rd level of the Sector Lord Realm, the strength of his ancient ape demon bloodline true body was at the 4th level of the Sector Lord Realm. Once he executed the 9 devil ape transformation and reached the 5th transformation, he would instantly reach the 9th level of the Sector Lord Realm. Every transformation would raise his strength by 1 small rank. Now that his original body had broken through again and finally reached the 9th level of the Sector Lord Realm, after activating the ancient ape demon bloodline, Yi Xian's 3-headed, 6-armed ancient ape demon bloodline could directly enter the universe realm and reach the 1st level of the universe realm. He would have the strength to cross a large rank. Transformation. Once he entered the 5th transformation, his peak strength would reach the 6th level of the universe realm. This was already the peak of the middle stage of the universe realm. He was only 4 small ranks away from the immortal realm. In fact, if Yi Xian had the various treasures and powerful bloodline abilities in his hands, he would even have the strength to fight against an immortal marquis. As for the immortal realm, although he didn't dare to say that he was invincible, ordinary immortal realm old monsters would only be able to face Yi Xian's various powerful bloodlines. Bloodlines and abilities would definitely only be able to flee. They were far from being his match. However, this was not enough to satisfy Yi Xian. The moment he opened his eyes, he made a new decision. Taking advantage of the fact that the return of the devouring treasured body had led to a great increase in the cultivation of his original body, which had not yet fully recovered, he made another small breakthrough. The current his cultivation method and physical body were all at the peak of Sector Lord Realm Level 9. He had reached the bottleneck of consuming the Level 19 liquid. If one consumed a vial of Level 19 liquid and successfully broke through, one's cultivation base and physical body would advance to the universe grade Level 1. Although there was only a small difference between the 9th level of the Sector Lord Realm and the 1st level of the universe realm, they belonged to 2 different realms. Once he successfully broke through, the increase in Yi Xian's combat strength would definitely be considerable. It was very significant. Since he had already reached this stage, he would have to consume a bottle of Level 19 liquid to break through the bottleneck sooner or later. It was better to do it sooner rather than later. Now was the time. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. After making his decision, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. Following a series of faint sounds, he took out a large amount of cultivation resources from the undying world in his body. Any of them would cause a commotion and cause a frenzy in the outside world. Innate chilling spirit liquid, dark furnace lotion, sky centipede poison and hell ant liquid refined by the Shenong exceptional flame, 2 drops of all evil origin liquid, 10 pieces of level 9 colored star core origin, a large amount of multi-pupil sense crystals below the 8 pupil level, and so on. Finally, there was a vial of level 19 liquid. He had decided to devour all the cultivation resources in one go and absorb the energy within them. His only request was to ensure that this breakthrough would definitely succeed. Furthermore, considering that this breakthrough would require him to consume a vial of gene cultivation fluid after reaching the peak of the great realm and break through the shackles of his body's potential, it might take a longer time. Therefore, to ensure his safety, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the Shenong cauldron. Swish! The Shenong cauldron, which turned into a ray of light, rushed out of Yi Xian's body and stretched across the void. However, it was not in its complete form. It was too big, like a giant superstar. Right now, the void was filled with all kinds of starships, and the void was not wide. Yi Xian controlled the Shenong cauldron to have a diameter of about 10,000 feet. Then, with a flash of his body, he appeared at the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He sat down cross-legged, his figure faintly discernible. He floated in the fog at the mouth of the cauldron. After that, he took out the undying world in his body and suspended it in front of Yi Xian. The top-grade resources that followed him to the mouth of the Shenong cauldron all turned into rays of light with a wave of his hand and rushed into Yi Xian's mouth. After doing all this, he waved his hand again. From the inner space of the Shenong cauldron, a giant bird's leg that was over 1,000 feet long flew out and landed in Yi Xian's hand. This bird's leg was obtained from the remains of a large number of primordial supreme beings that were kept in a sealed cave at the bottom of a volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. It had been roasted by the Shenong 7-colored flames and was already golden and dripping with oil. It emitted streaks of 7-colored light and its smell was extremely fragrant. This was definitely a delicacy. Yi Xian took it out and roasted it, but it was not for the sake of tasting it. Instead, it was to absorb the pure energy in this primordial supreme being's leg. Therefore, the way he ate now was not very flattering. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was wolfing down the food. In just a dozen breaths, the entire golden bird's leg, which was over 1,000 feet long, had been completely eaten. This scene happened so fast that by the time the countless people of the Federation Army and the Starry Sky experts in the surrounding void came to their senses, Yi Xian had already gobbled up the entire golden bird's leg, leaving not a single piece of meat behind. In the surrounding void, the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard one after another, rising and falling one after another like a tide. There were also a lot of whispers. Did you see that? The bird's leg in Star Master Ye's hand is so big. Just one leg is over 1,000 feet long. I wonder what kind of bird it was cut off from. It's roasted golden and dripping with oil. It looks delicious. It's more than delicious. And it smells so good. I've never smelled anything so fragrant in my life. I'm drooling. Star Master Yi is so stingy. We came to the Sky River planet to observe the ceremony. We are all guests. If he has such a good thing, he should share it with us. Star Master Yi, why are you hiding in the mouth of the giant cauldron and eating alone? It's as if you are afraid that we will steal it. Don't be so infuriating. In the end, even the 3 old men of the Xianyuan family, the Duanmu family, and the Zhao family rushed out and shouted. My dear grandson-in-law, please show some mercy. Yes, yes, yes. This thing is obviously good stuff. I've never eaten it before. Just leave a few mouthfuls. Chapter 41-43. Seeing Yi Xian wolfing down a 300-meter-long golden bird leg in less than a dozen breaths of time, the sound of saliva slurping could be heard. It was like a tide that rose and fell one after another, resounding throughout the entire space. This was the precious blood and flesh of a supreme bird of the primordial era, and it had been roasted by the Shenong 7-colored flame. It was not an exaggeration to say that it would be difficult to find a second one in the 3 main planes of the universe. The fragrance was so alluring that even Old Man Xianyuan and the other 2 old guys could not help but jump out and ask Yi Xian to keep some of his food. In the end, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were dragged back to the starships of their respective families. It was unlikely that they would be released to embarrass themselves again in the near future. After such an uproar, all the people of the Federation and the experts in space finally came back to themselves. Their attention shifted from the alluring fragrance of the bird's leg that was spreading in this corner of the void to Yi Xian. Then, some of the people who were enlightened changed their expressions crazily, and exclamations echoed again and again. What's going on? What is Star Master Yi doing? Other than the golden bird's leg that was full of pure energy just now, he has taken out so many top-level training resources. The only ones that I can recognize are the innate chilling spiritual liquid, the heavenly centipede venom, and the hellish ant liquid. Judging from their auras, they are all top-level goods. Ah! Of course. With Star Master Ye's wealth, how could he be interested in normal goods? Look, the 10-star core origins are just like that. They are all level 9 and 9 colored. I've never seen any of them in my entire life, but I've seen 10 of them today. My eyes have been opened. Those crystals are rare in the third universe. They seem to be the multi-pupil thought crystals, a specialty of the devilish space zone in the first universe. Heavens, so many multi-pupil thought crystals below 8 pupils. What is he trying to do? Fellow cultivator Gong, among the top-level resources that young friend Yi took out. Is that the netherworld furnace lotion? Heavens, there are actually 2 drops of all evil origin elixir. Where did he get them? Did he steal one of the netherworld furnaces? If I remember correctly, Star Lord Yi seemed to have swallowed a bottle of level 19 liquid along with these top-grade resources. It can't be, right? Another breakthrough. He even swallowed the level 19 elixir. He's clearly trying to break through to the universe grade. Poof! I'm about to spit out blood. I've just jumped from Sector Lord level 3 to Sector Lord level 9 and now I'm about to break through a bottleneck. Are they not going to let me live? At this moment, Yi Xian was no longer able to sense the scene in the outside world that was already bustling with noise. After swallowing all the cultivation resources, he sat cross-legged at the mouth of the Shenong cauldron. His figure was faintly discernible in the 9-colored fog. He had already entered a state of cultivation where he forgot about everything around him. His qi and blood were surging in his body. As the terrifying medicinal effects of the level 19 elixir and all the other top-grade resources spread, Yi Xian's body started to boil immediately. His precious blood surged like a river, and his cultivation power surged in his meridians. There was also an unprecedented sound of chains rattling. This time, a huge chain appeared in his body again. Its surface was still covered with all kinds of mysterious and obscure runes. This huge chain was also an important potential shackle chain on the path of human evolution. It was like a chasm that was extremely difficult to cross. If one succeeded in tearing it apart, they would be able to cross this chasm and become a universe-grade powerhouse in one leap. However, if one failed, this huge potential shackle chain would very likely become even stronger. It would be even more difficult to break through again. This was the drawback of the gene cultivation fluid's evolution path. It was very worrying. It was fast, but once it failed, there would be adverse side effects. Whoosh, whoosh. After an unknown amount of time, the raging energy in Yi Xian's body surged like a tide. The tube of level 19 elixir had completely dissolved, and so had the other top-grade resources, such as the all-evil origin fluid. Everything converged into a large river of energy within Yi Xian's body that surged out. Wherever it passed, countless smaller chains of potential shackles were instantly torn apart. Although it was painful, there was also an indescribable feeling of satisfaction. It was extremely wonderful. Time slowly passed, and everything continued. This majestic river of energy finally rushed in front of the largest shackle that had appeared this time, and immediately began to crazily attack it again and again. In an instant, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of Shenong's cauldron, emitted a boundless glow from all the 1.08 billion pores on his body. He looked like a deity that had descended to earth. The countless Starry Sky powerhouses and Federation citizens in the surrounding void were stunned. Everyone's hearts were in their throats at this moment. No one knew if he could still succeed in breaking through this time. Another 2 hours passed and this huge shackle chain was finally completely broken. In an instant, Yi Xian felt his entire body become lighter. The power and blood in his body surged even faster and more wildly. Even the sea of consciousness in his mind, which represented his cultivation power, expanded tremendously in an instant. When Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he opened his eyes, the anticipated system notification sounded out in his mind, ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the ancient void technique. Current realm, universe grade level 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the physical body and blood boundary. Current realm, universe grade level 1. A breakthrough. After pouring in all sorts of rare treasures, as well as the golden roasted leg of a primordial almighty supreme bird and a tube of level 19 elixir and other top-grade cultivation resources, Yi Xian had finally broken through again. His main body's cultivation base and physical body had improved further and was pushed to the universe grade level 1 without any suspense. Although the difference between the universe grade level 1 and the universe grade level 9 was only a small level, they were two different major realms. Now that Yi Xian had successfully broken through, the increase in his combat power was definitely pleasantly surprising and significant. Previously, when his main body's strength had been at the universe grade level 9, he had activated the three-headed, six-armed ancient demon ape bloodline and his strength had soared again to the universe grade level 1. If he used the 9 demon ape transformations again and reached the 5th transformation, he would instantly reach the combat power of a universe grade level 6. Every transformation would increase his strength by a small level. Now, Yi Xian's main body had broken through a small level again and officially entered the universe grade. After activating the ancient demon ape bloodline, his cultivation base would reach the universe grade level 2 in the state of the ancient demon ape. Once he entered the 5th transformation of the ancient demon ape, his peak combat power would reach the universe grade level 7. Chapter 41-44. This time, Yi Xian had used a large amount of top-notch cultivation resources to take advantage of the return of the devouring treasured body clone. He had consumed a vial of level 19 liquid in an attempt to break through to the universe grade. In the end, after a few hours of tempering and cleansing of his spirit and body, he had finally succeeded in breaking through to the universe grade. Currently, his original body was a universe grade 1 grade under normal circumstances. His cultivation method and physical body were synchronized, and he cultivated both magic and martial arts. Once he activated the ancient demon ape bloodline and entered the three-headed, six-armed demon ape true body state, he would be able to use the 5th transformation of the 9 demon ape transformations bloodline ability. His cultivation base would soar to the universe grade 7 grade in one fell swoop. He would only be 3 grades away from becoming an immortal grade old freak. Yi Xian was already satisfied with such a great harvest in a short period of time. However, what surprised him was that the fortune this time was far from over. As Yi Xian opened his eyes and was about to get up in excitement, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The level of the demon core has increased. Current level 9. Level 9. This breakthrough had actually caused the mind source core in his sea of consciousness to also transform and evolve. Yi Xian felt even more delighted as this thought flashed through his mind. In retrospect, the mind source core in his sea of consciousness seemed to have transformed and evolved into a level 8 source core a long time ago. However, there had been no activity after that and there had never been any signs of it transforming and evolving into a level 9 source core. However, this time, he had been completely unprepared. Everything had happened naturally and inexplicably. This made him speechless. As his heart surged, he suppressed the thought of immediately getting up and ending this breakthrough. Instead, he continued to sit in a lotus position at the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in a dense nine-colored fog. He returned to his inner state and his consciousness entered his sea of consciousness. Previously, there had been a total of 9 objects suspended above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. In the middle were the Rai Di seal and the farmer god cauldron. Surrounding the Rai Di seal and the farmer god cauldron were 7 small objects: the mind source core, the void essence crystal, the fallen sky bow, the black gold dragon scale, the underworld claw, the small immemorial devil ape, and the simple tortoise shell that had just entered. Now that the devouring treasure devouring body clone had returned, there was another object suspended above his sea of consciousness. It was the ancient desolate inheritance pagoda that had been given to the devouring treasured body clone to take away. A total of 10 treasures formed 2 different rings in the air above his sea of awareness. Of his sea of his consciousness, the ancient desolate dragon cauldron, and the pagoda. Of the inheritance of the pagoda of the 3 treasures. Of the ancient of 3 treasures of treasures, and on the edge of his sea of consciousness, there were still 7 treasures, which represented Yi Xian's various top bloodlines and skills. Apart from the ancient desolate inheritance pagoda, Yi Xian had also given the devouring treasured void ladle, which was a first-level Star Lord, as well as the phantom of a desolate dragon, which had been of great help to Yi Xian in the early stages of his growth. In addition, there was also the weeping soul blood horn, which had been of great help to him during the early stages of his growth. For some reason, all 3 of them had been stored in the ancient desolate inheritance pagoda. Of course, although the ancient desolate inheritance pagoda was a relic of the era, like the farmer god cauldron and the underworld cauldron, Yi Xian had completely refined it. Because of his cultivation level, he couldn't fully utilize the full power of the ancient desolate inheritance pagoda. However, the treasures and battle pets stored in the ancient desolate inheritance pagoda could be summoned or used at any time. Yi Xian probed the ancient desolate inheritance pagoda with his consciousness and soon found something. The weeping soul blood horn was still the same as before. However, even though Yi Xian was now an old monster of the universe and his cultivation was far from what it used to be, when he saw the weeping soul blood horn again, he still had a feeling that he was unable to contend against it. The weeping soul blood ape was a supreme of the desolate era on the same level as the void tortoise, the golden dragon, and the desolate yiksha. The weeping soul blood horn it left behind was obviously not simple. If nothing unexpected happened, it could probably be used by Yi Xian until he became a supreme of the desolate era. As for the true body that Yi Xian had personally reconstructed, the void ladle, who was previously only at the Star Lord level, had actually grown to the immortal realm. This caused Yi Xian to be rather shocked. It was no wonder that the devouring doppelganger could do so well in the 10 ultimate celestial palace of the human cultivation camp alone. The former even sent out an immortal state monster, but still failed to capture him. Presumably, the void ladle, whose strength had been restored to the immortal state, must have contributed a lot at some critical juncture. As for the demonic dragon, which was just a wisp of Yi Xian's soul and had not been able to reform its true form in the present world, it originally had the strength of a supreme of the desolate era. However, because it was just a wisp of Yi Xian's soul, its strength was greatly weakened every time it attacked. In the end, it was destined to vanish into thin air. However, the devouring doppelganger sent it into the ancient desolate inheritance pagoda before the energy of the wisp of Yi Xian's soul was exhausted. After being replenished by the energy accumulated in the ancient desolate inheritance pagoda, it was full of energy again. After scanning the ancient desolate inheritance pagoda with his soul, Yi Xian quickly retreated and turned to the mind source core, which was hovering among the 7 small objects in the periphery of his mind. After this transformation, the mind source core, which had evolved to a level 9 mind source core, had become smaller in size. It was now only the size of a thumb, and its entire body was purple gold. Its color was incomparably deep, as if there was a purple gold vortex inside that could suck in one's mind. There was no doubt that the mind source core had transformed once again. The demon's mind power contained within it had changed from a level 8 mind power to a level 9 mind power. After this transformation, Yi Xian's power would definitely increase greatly when he activated the demon core's mind power techniques, secret techniques, and mystic abilities. Furthermore, following this transformation of the mind source core, all the mind power techniques, secret techniques, and mystic abilities that Yi Xian had mastered had also leveled up accordingly. The offensive mind power secret techniques, such as the Annihilation Spear and the Annihilation Vortex, as well as the auxiliary mind power secret techniques, such as the Absolute Concussion and the Perfect Concussion, had already been high level, so there had been no changes this time. The Mind Crush and Mind Charm secret techniques were the same. When the demon core had transformed to a level 8 mind source core, they had already been high-level secret techniques. As for the Mind Lightning technique and the Mind Reversal technique, they had been mid-level mystic abilities. This time, they had finally leveled up and become high-level mystic abilities. Lastly, there was the Slave Seal technique, which had undergone an unexpected transformation not too long ago. Previously, it had only been an elementary transformation, so it could be used on most non-living things, except demons. Of course, ordinary humans and creatures of other races with no cultivation base would still be affected, even if they didn't have a mind source core. Chapter 41-45. The power of the intermediate variant slave imprint had a monumental increase on the basis of the primary variant. Its significance was extraordinary. Besides the demons, the primary variant slave imprint could also be used on most non-living things, including ordinary humans and creatures of other races without any cultivation base. Even if they did not have a mind source core in their heads, they could still be affected by the primary variant slave imprint and be subdued as a slave. As for the intermediate variant slave seal, apart from demons and most non-living beings, it could also subdue non-demon beings with cultivation. It wasn't just limited to ordinary people without cultivation. Of course, the success rate was definitely a problem, and it was related to the user's cultivation. Close. For example, Yi Xian was currently a universe grade. If he used the intermediate variant slave imprint on someone with a cultivation base below the universe grade, he would most likely succeed. However, if the cultivation base of the target was at the immortal grade or even the marquis grade, there was no doubt that the possibility of success would be very low. Perhaps the target would be in an abnormal state, such as being seriously injured and awaiting death. This kind of limitation was reasonable. Although it was a pity, Yi Xian was not disappointed. At the very least, after the intermediate variant, he would be able to use the slave imprint at a high frequency in the future. Thinking back to everything that had happened after he had entered the Black Mosquito ship, how would Yi Xian have been able to achieve what he had today if he hadn't obtained the slave imprint? He would have perished long ago when he had been imprisoned in the Black Mosquito ship. Previously, every time the mind source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness transformed and evolved, it would unlock a new mind power skill, secret technique, or mystic ability. The primary variant of his slave imprint had unexpectedly appeared when his source core had evolved to level 8. This time, following the evolution of his level 8 source core into a level 9 source core, Yi Xian had once again obtained a new mind power mystic ability. At this moment, when he was checking the mental power skills, secret arts, and divine abilities that he had mastered, such as the spiritual lightning skill and the mutated slave seal, the newly obtained information about the mental power divine abilities had been successfully analyzed by the devouring system in his body and stored in the system's data database. There were also some mysterious specks of light floating above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness that diffused from the grade 9 source core and entered his sea of consciousness. This made Yi Xian feel as if he had been enlightened. In a short moment, he completely understood the essence of the spiritual power ability he had just obtained. This was a divine ability that was powered by spiritual energy, and it was called the spiritual black hole. When one heard the name of this mystic ability, one could roughly analyze its might. This mystic ability was supported by the level 9 mind power contained within the level 9 source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Once it was unleashed, it would form a terrifying black hole-like attack surface in the void outside the body. Compared to Yi Xian's destructive vortex and other mind power secret techniques, it was many times more powerful. Of course, this would consume a lot of energy. Based on the total amount of mind power stored in the grade 9 source core in Yi Xian's head, it would only be enough for him to use this technique twice. After using it twice, he would fall into a predicament where his mind power was about to be depleted. He would be in a weak state and have a splitting headache. Therefore, even though he was very much looking forward to using this mystic ability, it could be said that his heart was thumping with excitement. He really wanted to try out its might on the spot and see whether his spiritual black hole mystic ability was stronger or weaker when compared to the great spiritual black hole mystic ability. However, when he considered the fact that it would consume a lot of energy, he forcefully suppressed this impulse in the end. Using it once would deplete half of the grade 9 source core in his sea of consciousness. This was simply too wasteful. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. After calming down, Yi Xian gradually calmed down from his excitement. After his main consciousness withdrew from his knowledge sea, his eyes opened. A blazing light burst out from the bottom of his eyes. His entire temperament seemed to have gone through another round of rebirth. It was obvious that he was very different from before. This was what it should be like. This breakthrough had not only allowed his strength to break through the bottleneck of the Realm Lord grade, but it had also allowed him to step into the Universe grade and become a Universe-old monster. The spiritual source core in his sea of consciousness had once again undergone a magnificent transformation and evolved to a grade 9 source core. The various spiritual power techniques, secret techniques, and mystic abilities that he had mastered had also increased in level and power. With so many aspects of evolution and metamorphosis, it was only natural that there would be some changes in his temperament. Whoosh! After standing up, Yi Xian took a step forward and his figure had already floated from the mouth of the farmer god cauldron to the void of the universe. Then, with a wave of his hand, the farmer god cauldron was stored in the undying world within his body. At this point, this breakthrough had come to a perfect end. Everything had come to an end. The entire process fell into the eyes of countless Federation citizens and Starry Sky powerhouses. At this moment, when they saw Yi Xian wave his hand and put away the farmer god cauldron, ending this magnificent breakthrough, a wave of exclamations and exclamations came from all over the void. He broke through. He actually succeeded in breaking through again. A few hours ago, he was still at the perfect Realm Lord grade 9. But now, he's already at the Universe grade level 1. Since when did the Universe-old monster become so worthless? In just a few hours, one was born in front of everyone. This makes people speechless. Comparisons are odious. If it were anyone else, they would need at least thousands of years of accumulation to break through from the perfect Realm Lord grade 9 to the Universe grade. Here he is, easily breaking through in a few hours. The key is that before this, he had just broken through 6 small grades consecutively. Oh right, a few days ago, he broke through several realms in one fell swoop. Under such continuous breakthroughs, he actually dared to break through the bottleneck of a realm grade 9 and succeeded. Oh, this old man is really starting to doubt life this time. Ha ha ha. Star Master Yi, congratulations, congratulations. Little friend Yi has successfully broken through to the Universe grade and is much closer to the Undying grade. With your speed of ascension, this old man is a little doubtful that the next time I see you, I'll have to call you senior. Not bad, not bad. Little friend Ye's talent is so strong that this old man has never seen before. If we really don't meet for a year and a half, with your monstrous talent, the next time we meet, you might really change and become an Undying grade marquis, ha ha ha, accompanied by the waves of exclamations and exclamations, 2 to 3 million miles away in the atmosphere of Sky River Planet, on the huge platform that was used as the venue for the banquet, the elephant fox Martin, Long Shantang, Gong Huaji, and the other 30 Undying grade old monsters all soared up. Chapter 41-46 With the return of the devouring clone, Yi Xian had gained a lot. His main body's cultivation base had synchronized with the devouring clones and reached the peak of the 9th level of the Sector Lord realm. Then, he had swallowed a bottle of level 19 liquid and a large amount of top-notch resources such as the all-evil origin liquid. He had a breakthrough. He had entered the universe grade 1 and become a universe-old monster. Even his mind source core, which had been dormant for a long time, had evolved into a grade 9 monster core because of this opportunity, as well as after a long period of precipitation and accumulation. Because of this, the elementary variant slave seal had been upgraded to an intermediate variant, and he had even obtained another powerful spiritual power ability, spiritual black hole. The return of an avatar had brought such great benefits to the original body. This caused Yi Xian to sigh with emotion, but at the same time, he couldn't help but look forward to it. He had a total of 2 clones. The devouring clone had returned, but the other electronic clone had not. If nothing unexpected happened, the electronic doppelganger was still in the headquarters of the machinery race. At that time, in the source of all evil, the machinery race's patriarch, D-Air, had sent a few mechanical beasts to devour the rune chains of the netherworld furnace. Yi Xian had taken advantage of this opportunity to let the electronic doppelganger possess him. One of them had taken advantage of this opportunity to enter the headquarters of the machine race. Ever since then, they had lost contact until now. When he had left, the electronic clone's cultivation base had been at the 1st level of the cosmic light grade. Now that so much time had passed, he did not know how much its cultivation base had increased and whether it had had other fortuitous encounters like the devouring clone. These thoughts flashed through his mind but were quickly discarded by Yi Xian. After his seclusion had ended and he had successfully entered the universe grade, he had become a new universe-old monster. The many guests on the huge platform outside the atmosphere of the Sky River Star had all gotten up and leaped into the void. They had all come to congratulate him. Yi Xian smiled bitterly and returned the greeting with cupped hands. After exchanging pleasantries, he returned to the huge platform and sat down. After exchanging pleasantries with the elephant fox Martin, Longshan Tang, Gong Huaji, and more than 20 other immortal grade old monsters and universe old monsters from other powers, he finally left and hurriedly returned to the interior of the Sky River Star. After entering the Star Lord's mansion on the main continent, he immediately shut his door and went into hiding. The banquet in the void lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. This was originally a celebration of the Heavenly River planet, but in the end, the main character went into hiding and refused to see any guests. The high-level representatives of the various major forces had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. In the end, they exchanged toasts with each other, and it was a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. 3 days later, the countless starships in the void outside the atmosphere of the Heavenly River Star gradually dispersed. Except for a small number of them, who either entered the Heavenly River Star or went directly to the depths of the domain of the graveyard to try to excavate star cores, most of the other starships returned to where they had come from. In the residence. Especially the Hell Ant race, Space Rat race, Giant Ferocious race, and other races from the first universe, as well as the top 10 races from the second universe. The relationship between these races, the human race, and the myriad Luo Federation was quite subtle, so it wasn't suitable for them to stay in the third universe for long. Soon, the Sky River sector regained its former tranquility. Moreover, with the end of the Heavenly River Star incident, the various conflicts that had been going on in the 3 universes in the past 2 years seemed to have come to an end. The dispute between the races of the second universe and the myriad Luo Federation was temporarily not mentioned because the current owner of the Great Providence had been determined to be Yi Xian of the human race. Both sides kept silent about this matter. The 2 camps of the human race, which had a slight grudge because of the recent major events, were even more so. The relationship between the Imperial Court and the Heavenly Palace was getting more and more harmonious. Even the myriad Luo Federation of the first universe no longer clamored to drive the 4-race alliance, which was led by the demons, out of the first universe. The demons had disappeared directly. Ever since the second-generation ancestor had taken them away with a ray of light during the Great Change on the Demon Emperor planet, this race hadn't shown up in public again. Obviously, they were hibernating in the ancestral land of the demons, conserving their strength. The other three powerful races of the Four-Race Alliance, the Hell Ant race, the Space Mouse race, and the Giant Ferocious race, were the same. The three races were firmly united and didn't take the initiative to provoke the myriad Luo Federation formed by the other races. They lived in harmony with each other. Even the Cage Star Field, which had suddenly appeared and replaced the entire Demon Emperor Star Field, had suddenly appeared. From time to time, fierce roars and beastly roars could be heard, indicating that in that star field, the fierce caged beasts and the masters of the starry sky who had entered the star field in search of fortune were fighting each other. The battle was still quite fierce, but at least the disturbance didn't spread to the outside world. In addition, since the migration of the Tianji clan, they hadn't shown up again. Suddenly, the three main planes of the starry skies were filled with peace and tranquility. It was as if the golden age of peace had arrived. However, this kind of peace and prosperity on the surface was obviously just an illusion, just like the temporary calm before the storm. In the three universe planes, almost all the high-level members of the top races and forces had fallen into silence recently, because at their level, their divine perception and premonition were extremely sharp. As long as they were immortal old monsters, recently, all of them had a kind of premonition. It was as if something shocking was about to happen. Thinking of the Cage Star Field that had just appeared in the demon domain of the first universe not long ago, many people subconsciously trembled. Although they had long known that the great wilderness world, which had been completely destroyed in the legendary battle in the distant desolate era, would most likely appear again in the near future, fully descend in the present world, however, when this day really came, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. That was the legendary great wilderness world. All kinds of ancient strange birds and fierce beasts were incomparably powerful. If a desolate era almighty existence jumped out, if its cultivation strength was at its peak, it could directly sweep across the three main planes of the starry sky. It could be said that the full descent of the great wilderness world was definitely a real disaster for the three main planes of the starry sky. Even the top races and forces didn't know how many of them could survive. Yi Xian also had this kind of worry, and he deeply felt the same. Chapter 41-47. The Domain of Shadow Devil in the Second Universe. The Domain of Shadow Devil used to be the territory of the Yin Demon clan in the Second Universe. It was located in a remote area. The Yin Demon race wasn't very popular among the various races of the Second Universe. Before the various races of the Second Universe had left the Myriad Luo Federation, the Yin Demon race was one of the races that had been excluded by the Myriad Luo Federation. Because of this, in the vast territory of the Second Universe, the Domain of Shadow Devil, the territory of the Yin Demon clan, didn't have many people. Even the other races in the Second Universe rarely came here. Ever since the Yin Devil clan was tricked by the Netherworld young master that Yi Xian had transformed into, and even the Yin nest in their ancestral grounds had been blown into a spatial vortex that was quite large, it was even more difficult to see any signs of life in this Shadow Devil star region. In this past year, it was almost like a remote and desolate land. Only the space vortex formed after the Yin nest in the ancestral land of the Yin Demon clan was blown up still existed. Moreover, it was expanding at a very slow speed. A few days ago, when the Heavenly River Star was holding a grand ceremony, more than 100 fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters sailed into the Domain of Shadow Devil in the Second Universe. Moreover, they didn't pass by this place. After entering the Domain of Shadow Devil, they stopped. It seemed that they didn't plan to leave this place in a short time. These 100 fortresses were all occupied by the members of the Yin Demon clan. Although the Yin nest in the Yin Demon clan's ancestral land had been destroyed, the Yin Demon clan hadn't been exterminated. Apart from the crazy Yin Emperor who was still alive and had caused quite a commotion in the first universe, there were still several tens of thousands of Yin Demon clan members who were still wandering outside. they were the group of Yin demons who were abducted by Yi Xian using the identity of the young master of the Netherworld. After arriving in the Nether Turtle Star Field, the identity of the young master of the Netherworld was exposed, and they were separated from Yi Xian. Their leader was the elder of the Yin demon clan, Yin Qi. Although the chief of the Yin demon clan, Yin Emperor, had come out of seclusion and his strength had skyrocketed, he was tricked by the young master of the Netherworld at the last moment of his breakthrough. Although he had the Yin demon body, he had some problems with his brain. After hearing about the actions of the Netherworld young master, not only did his hatred overflow to the heavens, he also hated Yi Xian's identity. Even the tens of thousands of clansmen, who were led by the Netherworld young master, were carried out by the Netherworld young master and swaggered around the second universe in a large palanquin, shouting slogans that shook the heavens. They were hated by the Yin Emperor. He said that they had disgraced the Yin demon clan. Because of that, he said that one day, he would kill all of them personally to clean up the clan. Since then, tens of thousands of the members of the Yin demon clan had become stray dogs in the first universe. They couldn't return to their homes, and they couldn't recognize their patriarchs. They had to wander outside, and they had long faded away from the main stage of the first universe. It had been more than half a year since they were last mentioned. Under the lead of Elder Yin Qi, they quietly returned to the Shadow Devil Star Zone. When they were forced to wander in the void, these tens of thousands of their clansmen were squeezed into a big fortress that was 100,000 meters in diameter. But now, after half a year, Yin Qi and the tens of thousands of his clansmen brought back more than 100 big fortresses. However, these hundreds of big fortresses seemed to be damaged. They didn't have the same design. Although they were all big fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, there were some minor differences. Obviously, most of these big fortresses didn't come from the right way. They were like a ragtag army that had been put together one after another. And it was the truth. In the past half a year, Yin Qi and his tens of thousands of Yin demons had no home to return to. In fact, they hadn't done anything good. It was already nice to hear that they were wandering in the void. It would be even worse if they were exposed. This old man had been a space pirate for more than half a year with tens of thousands of his clansmen. Now that he had returned to the Shadow Devil Star Zone with more than 100 space fortresses, he had robbed them one after another in the past half a year, although they didn't come from the right way, and the situation of these space fortresses was a bit embarrassing, more or less damaged. They were still more than 100 space fortresses. Also, they weren't small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, but large space fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Now that they were gathered together, their combat power was quite impressive. After entering the Shadow Devil Star Zone, these space fortresses drove straight to the space turbulence vortex formed by the explosion of the Yin nest. They lined up on the right side of the vortex. In the central control room on the top floor of the flagship, Yin Qi was standing in front of a 3D holographic screen. The screen was showing the space turbulence vortex that was 10,000 square kilometers wide. His eyes glittering, Yin Qi suddenly waved his hand. Begin. Hum. Hum hum. Following his order, the space fortresses shook almost at the same time. Then, a high-frequency buzzing sound came from all of them. It was obviously the sound of the space compactor being fully activated. Apparently, Yin 7's purpose in returning to the domain of Shadow Devil was to repair this space disruption vortex with the help of his more than 100 star fortresses and space bridging tools. This place used to be the Yin nest of the Shadow Devil clan, but it became like this because of the explosion. If it was repaired, it was possible that the Yin nest of the Shadow Devil clan could reappear. Although over 100 star fortresses weren't a lot, this space turbulence whirlpool wasn't very vast either. It was only about 10,000 miles in radius. If there were no accidents, it would take 2 to 3 months of continuous repair, and the void turbulence vortex would be completely repaired. Although it was a bit difficult, it was all worth it. Yin Qi did this partly because he was physically and mentally exhausted after leading tens of thousands of his clansmen to wander outside. He wanted a stable place to settle down. On the other hand, he hoped to obtain the forgiveness of the patriarch, Yin Emperor, by repairing the Yin nest. After all, the identity of the young master of the Netherworld clan had been separated. He was one of the 7 freaks, the embodiment of the great providence of the current era. Even the top 10 races of the second universe, the races of the first universe, the 2 camps of the human race, and the 10,000 net federation had been tormented by his other identities. Now that the past had been forgotten, how could Yin Emperor still not be able to see past it? In Yin Qi's opinion, although he didn't know where the patriarch, Yin Emperor, was, he hadn't heard any news from any area of the 3 major planes. He didn't hear the familiar angry roar toward the young master of the Netherworld clan. Chapter 41-48. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the hundreds of space fortresses that Yin Qi brought didn't stop for a single moment. Day and night, the space compactor was fully activated, and they were trying their best to repair the space turbulence vortex in front of them. This was a very boring thing to do, and the continuous, high-frequency buzzing sounds were even more disturbing. However, only 3 days had passed, and it would take at least 2 months to completely repair this turbulent space vortex that was tens of thousands of miles in circumference. It was still early. Whether it was Yin Qi or the tens of thousands of Yin demons in the hundreds of space fortresses, they were all very patient and weren't in a hurry. They were already different from when they were abducted by Yi Xian as the young master of the Netherworld from the Yin nest in the ancestral land. In the past half a year, they had experienced the annihilation of their clan, the destruction of the Yin nest in the ancestral land, and the roaring of their clan leader everywhere. After a series of changes, the tens of thousands of Yin demons had completely matured in terms of temperament. Even Yin Qi had become much calmer compared to half a year ago, when he was slightly impetuous. In fact, the experience of roaming in the void and secretly working as space pirates for almost a year had also greatly improved the cultivation and strength of the tens of thousands of Yin demons. Every time the space pirates attacked, it would definitely be a fierce battle. This was originally a way for the team to grow quickly. However, unless they were forced into a corner, no one would make such a choice. At this very moment, looking at the hundreds of starry sky fortresses on his left and right sides of the void, he recalled the hardships and struggles that the tens of thousands of people in the starry sky fortresses had gone through in the past half a year. Yin Qi suddenly felt extremely confident. He believed that as long as they could repair the Yin nest in the ancestral land, as long as they could obtain the forgiveness of the clan leader, Yin Emperor, then once the clan leader returned, the experienced and iron-blooded subordinates under his command would definitely be able to show the glory of the Yin demon clan once again. Boom. Hong Long Long, just as Yin Qi was lamenting, in the universe void outside the Central Territory's flagship fortress, there suddenly came a series of earth-shattering explosions without any warning, one after another, continuous and incessant. It was obvious that something big had happened. Even the void was in chaos at this moment. As a result, the huge fortress under Yin Qi's feet was like a small boat at the tip of a huge wave, rocking violently. In fact, it was not only the flagship fortress that Yin Qi was in, but also the other hundreds of starry sky fortresses around it. Faced with such a chaotic situation, the spaceships on the hundreds of giant fortresses had automatically stopped working. The low, high-frequency buzzing sound that had lasted for 3 whole days had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by the continuous rumbling of thunder. What happened? What the hell happened? After being stunned for a short while, Yin Qi immediately jumped up and roared, "I'm just using the space compactor to repair this void turbulence whirlpool. How could such an accident happen? With such a huge commotion, is the entire void going to collapse? Damn it, what the hell happened? Ah! Hong Long Long. Hong Long, following Yin Qi's furious roar, the thunderous roar that had been going on all this while suddenly became even louder. Then, before Yin Qi could react, the flagship fortress that he was in seemed to be sucked in by an inexplicable force that was so huge that it could not resist, and it suddenly shot forward. The other hundreds of starry sky fortresses were in the same situation. At this moment, without exception, all of them were involuntarily rushing toward the void turbulence whirlpool in front of them. Their speed was so fast that it was far beyond the limit of this starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. It was even 2 to 3 times the limit that it could reach. More than 3 times. At this moment, if someone were to stand in the endless void and look towards this area, they would be able to clearly see this shocking scene in its entirety. In front of them, the void turbulence vortex that was originally only 10,000 miles in radius suddenly began to expand at a terrifying speed, as if it was radiating outwards. In just a short breath of time, this turbulent space vortex, which originally only had a radius of 10,000 miles, had expanded to a radius of 1,000,000 miles. At first glance, it was as if this turbulent space vortex was a mouth in the void of the universe. Originally, it was tightly shut, with only a line of lips visible. But now, this mouth suddenly opened wide in anger. The terrifying suction force that appeared in an instant directly pulled Yin Chi and his tens of thousands of Yin demon clansmen, as well as the hundreds of starry sky fortresses, into the depths of this black hole-like mouth. In half a breath's time, they had completely disappeared. This is... Oh my God, what the hell happened? At this moment, a lone figure shot over from afar. The aura that emanated from his body had actually reached the Sector Lord realm. This figure was tall and ferocious. It was clearly the blood-green nether puppet of the Yin demon clan's patriarch, Yin Emperor. To be precise, this blood-green nether puppet was actually the patriarch of the Yin demon clan, Yin Emperor. The last time Yin Emperor appeared was in the Origin of All Evil Star region. At that time, he had almost died. At the last moment, in order to save his life, he had completely fused with the blood-green nether puppet beside him. Since then, he had always been like this. He was neither a human nor a ghost. He had both the heavenly demon body and the nether puppet body. He was simply a freak. However, this kind of complete fusion with the nether puppet also caused his cultivation strength to soar greatly. After finding a place to cultivate and recover from his injuries, the current Yin Emperor was already a supreme expert of the Sector Lord realm. The reason why he suddenly returned to the Shadow Devil Star region of the Second Universe was that, like Yin Chi, he had also received news from the Heavenly River Star of the Third Universe and knew the true identity of young Master Netherworld. When he thought of the fact that the other party was actually one of the 7 great freaks and was also the owner of the great fortune of the current era, he felt that the Yin Emperor's heart was in chaos. Even the various clans of the First Universe, the top 10 clans of the Second Universe, as well as the human race and the myriad Luo Federation, who had been tormented miserably by his other identities, had all given up their past grudges under the pressure of the current situation in the 3 main starry sky planes. They were all trying to be on good terms with Yi Xian. Yin Emperor felt an incomparable sense of desolation in his heart. With the current situation of the other party, let alone taking revenge and venting his anger, as a mere sector lord like him, as soon as he appeared, there was no need for the other party to personally take action. Those immortal realm old freaks of the top clans and forces who wanted to curry favor with him, hoping to repair their relationship, would jump at the first moment. Chapter 41-49. Boom! Rumble, earth-shaking rumbles resounded endlessly. Originally, it was only a radius of 10,000 miles, but due to the sudden appearance of the unforeseen event, it instantly radiated outwards. Within a breath's time, it had reached a radius of 1,000,000 miles, and now, it was still spreading outwards. It was like a collapsing black hole, occupying a larger and larger area of the universe's void. However, compared to before, where it had expanded 10 times in less than a breath's time, the space vortex was now spreading outwards. Although it was still spreading outwards, its speed was clearly much slower. Even so, because the commotion was too great, the entire universe was still affected by it. Within an area with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, the void was trembling slightly. 20 to 30 million miles away, the Yin Emperor, the patriarch of the Yin demon clan, who had completely fused with the blood-green nether puppet, stood in the universe's void with a gloomy expression. He seemed to be thinking about something, and he softly muttered, "It seems that a new unforeseen event is about to happen in this space vortex. Why does it feel like the Demon Emperor star field in the core area of the Demon Dweller star field in the first universe? Why does it feel like a world that doesn't belong here is about to descend? In addition, I clearly saw more than 100 starry sky fortresses here." Listening to the unique high-frequency humming sound, it should be the space compactor installed on the big fortresses that is, repairing this void turbulence vortex. Could it be that idiot Yin Chi? Otherwise, the Yin nest was originally located in a remote and barren area in the first universe's plane. Now that the Yin nest is gone, this star field has no value at all. Who else would spend so much effort to use 100 starry sky fortresses to repair this space vortex? After saying this, Yin Emperor's eyes flashed, and the murderous aura in his body instantly spread out again. He gnashed his teeth and said hatefully, "Idiots. A bunch of idiots." Using the space compaction device to repair a space vortex with a radius of 10,000 miles actually caused such a big mess. You can't accomplish anything, but you're more likely to spoil things. It's just that, after roaring a few times, the anger in Yin Emperor's heart seemed to have more or less dissipated, and the feeling of desolation and loneliness that he had felt recently surged in his heart once again. After a short moment of silence, he suddenly sighed faintly, forget it. Even though I didn't do a good job and messed it up, these little bastards still have the heart. If possible, I can't ignore them. But all of this still depends on their own luck. If they really can't enter this turbulent void vortex, then this Emperor can't do anything." After saying that, Yin Emperor's eyes flashed once again, and he raised his head to look at the black hole-like chaotic space vortex that was still expanding in the distance. At that very moment, because it had expanded too quickly and was too vast, the original chaotic space vortex had completely disappeared. What appeared in front of him was a black hole-like void. Moreover, the edge of the black hole was still pushing forward, as if it would continue forever without end. His realm was ordinary, but this was obviously impossible. The largest black hole in the three starry skies main planes was only a few tens of millions of kilometers in diameter, and even that had taken several tens of thousands of years to slowly form. As for this place, it was merely formed by the sudden change of a void turbulence vortex. In a short period of time, no matter how vast the final area was, it should be able to stabilize very soon if nothing unexpected happened. After muttering to himself for a while, Yin Emperor finally suppressed the thought of turning around and leaving. He still stood in the distant void, calmly waiting. In the blink of an eye, half a day passed. When he seemed to have sensed something, he opened his eyes from his cross-legged meditation and looked at the distant void in front of him. The scene that entered his eyes left him completely dumbfounded, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His perception wasn't wrong. The black hole that had been expanding had indeed stopped, and it was no longer expanding. Moreover, its interior had clearly stabilized. However, in just half a day, the black hole in front of him had expanded to a diameter of 30 to 40 million kilometers. This could definitely be considered a large black hole, and it would be the same in any of the three starry skies main planes. However, this wasn't much. What truly shocked Yin Emperor was that after the vast black hole stopped expanding and completely stabilized, the ancient starry sky that appeared within it was an ancient starry sky. That's right, inside the black hole was clearly an ancient starry sky, and it emitted an endless and heavy desolate aura. Without a doubt, this ancient starry sky was the same as the cage world in the center of the Demon Dweller starfield in the first universe. It was also part of the desolate era. Originally, it wasn't on this plane, drifting in some chaotic space-time. But now, Because of the sudden change in the Yin Nest vortex, this corner of the desolate world had revealed a part of it. Now, a corner of it was revealed, and it was connected to the domain of Shadow Devil in this second universe. This scene was too shocking. A corner of the ancient desolate world had suddenly appeared without any warning. Although it didn't descend completely like the cage world in the first universe, it was no different from opening a path to this corner of the ancient desolate world in the second universe's Shadow Devil starfield. And the Yin Emperor was close enough to see the entire process. At this time, he was completely stunned. The corner of the desolate world in front of him was clearly extremely deep, and he couldn't see the end of it. But even at the periphery of the black hole, there were large amounts of desolate beasts' remains that he had never seen before, for example, the golden lion vulture, the blue-eyed golden eagle, the nine-tailed coxcomb snake, the three-headed bone snake, the red phosphorus twin-tailed snake, the blood moon demonic wolf, the dark purple star wolf, the yellow lightning wolf. There were also amethyst behemoths, five-colored divine oxen, gold moon true toads, blood jade spiders, six-winged heavenly demonic insects, blue-eyed golden-eyed beasts, blood-eyed demonic apes, purgatory blood phoenixes, purple gold dragon pythons, and all kinds of strange and bizarre creatures that had long disappeared from the present world. He even saw a slender silver dragon. Its body was thin, and it was at least 100,000 meters long. Its slender tail looked like a long whip, and it had a large and sharp nose on its shining head. There was a pair of small horns that curved forward behind its jaw, and a pair of large horns behind its eyes. Moreover, its wings could reflect light like a mirror, giving it a metallic texture. Chapter 4150. Without a doubt, this black dragon, whose body was over 200,000 zhang long, was extremely powerful. The aura of its bloodline was too intense. Even though it had been dead for countless years, its body still emitted a terrifying aura that could cause the world to tremble. This was especially so when the edges of its scales and irises were inlaid with the same fine golden edges. When one looked at it, one could feel as if there were ripples of golden light flashing invisibly in the eyes. The black and sturdy scales and the mystical fine golden lines around its irises clearly showed that this was a mutated black dragon with an extremely powerful body and some kind of powerful eye technique. Its peak battle strength back then was very likely not as simple as the legendary Almighty of the Primordial Era. It was very likely that it was a supreme being of the Primordial Era. When he thought of this, Yin Emperor's entire body trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't fear, but excitement. To him, this corner of the Primordial Era connected to the black hole was simply a supreme treasure trove. Just the corpses of the Primordial Era ferocious birds and strange beasts were enough for him to enjoy for several lifetimes. There was simply no way he could use them all up. What's more, what was in his line of sight was only the outermost edge of this corner of the Primordial Era. From the fact that it was so deep that even the old monsters of the Sector Lords couldn't see the end of it, it was very likely that there were even more shocking opportunities in the depths of this corner of the Primordial Era. Fate and fortune. He didn't even doubt that with the corpses of the Primordial Era ferocious birds and strange beasts, not to mention the puny Undying Realm, he would definitely be able to step into the Marquis Realm, Emperor Realm, or even Emperor Realm in the future. Emperor Realm. I didn't even dare to think about it at first, but now, it seems that anything is possible. As his body trembled, Yin Emperor didn't hesitate anymore. At this moment, he had already thrown Yin Chi and the tens of thousands of Yin demon clansmen that had been sucked into this corner of the Primordial Era to the back of his mind. Right now, the only thought in his mind was to take advantage of the fact that this place hadn't been exposed yet and wasn't discovered by more powerful beings of the starry sky and various powers. He would immediately rush in and do his best to harvest the corpses of the Primordial Era creatures that were strewn all over the place like trash. These were all supreme cultivation resources that one could only come across by chance. Whoa! While feeling excited, Yin Emperor's huge nether skull turned into a streak of blood-green light. He quickly traversed more than 20 million miles of space and plunged into the vast black hole in front of him. For the past few days, Yi Xian had been staying in the Star-Lord mansion on the Sky River planet. He had been trying to communicate with the corpse lantern tattoo on his left chest, but to no avail. He had been feeling a little depressed. For the past few days, the three main starry skies had been excessively quiet. Yi Xian had always had a bad premonition, and his heart was anxious. Until yesterday, this extremely uneasy feeling suddenly became very strong. Although he still couldn't tell whether it was a good or bad omen, he knew that the three main starry skies of the current world were all very quiet. Somewhere, there was probably a huge change that had happened. Since then, Yi Xian had been waiting. Unfortunately, whether it was in the first universe or the second universe, there was no special news. As for the third universe, where the human clan was, there wasn't even the slightest movement. Just as he was feeling doubtful and wondering if he had overlooked something, a thunderclap suddenly came from the second universe without warning. Caught off guard, Yi Xian was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. He stood in place with his mouth wide open. His mind was buzzing, and his whole person was stunned. The shadow demon star field in the second universe, which was the chaotic space vortex formed after the Yin nest of the former Yin demon clan's ancestral land was blown up, had changed. The news came from the Blood Dragon clan, one of the top 10 clans in the second universe. There was an immortal realm-old monster in the Blood Dragon clan, the three-clawed Flood Dragon, who had long since surrendered to Yi Xian. This time, it was him who had passed on this news through some secret channel. Because this matter was too important, the top 10 clans in the second universe immediately arranged an army outside the two wormholes leading to the third universe and the first universe after receiving the news. They didn't allow this news to spread from the second universe. Of course, in the end, paper couldn't wrap up fire. No matter how tight the blockade was, the news would leak out one day. The top 10 clans in the second universe were well aware of this, but they still did it. They didn't even care about how the other top clans and forces in the other two main starry skies would view this matter after the news leaked out in the future. They didn't even seem to care about the thoughts of Yi Xian, the person who represented the great destiny of the current world. Even though just a few days ago, the top 10 clans in the second universe had come to the Heavenly River planet in the third universe in an attempt to repair their relationship with Yi Xian. All of this was because the benefits represented by this unforeseen event were too amazing. According to the news sent by the three-clawed Flood Dragon, the Yin's Nest Void Turbulence Vortex, which was originally only tens of thousands of miles in radius, had now become a black hole with a diameter of tens of millions of miles. Inside the black hole was a corner of the ancient desolate world that was so deep that it was boundless. Just in the void at the edge, there was a huge amount of ancient beasts, the remains of birds and exotic beasts. Whether it was the quantity or the quality of the remains of these ancient creatures, they far surpassed everything in the first universe's source of all evil star field. The top 10 clans in the second universe clearly wanted to eat it alone. They didn't want this cake to be divided between the two camps of the human race and the clans of the first universe. In order to ensure this, they even sent a large number of troops to monitor the Nether Turtle star field, which had already been sealed, to prevent the Nether Turtle clan from leaking this matter. F***CK. Something big is going to happen. The time for this Star Master to set off again has come. After recovering from this shocking news, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and summoned the Life Stronghold. With a flash of his body, he directly arrived at the lowest level of the stronghold. Here, there was a slime brood mother, and at every moment, a large number of evil spirit slimes were hatching. The next moment, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Discovered Crystal of Elves. The Crystal of Elves was the crystallization of the power within the slime, and it was one of the natural life energy that could be absorbed by the World Bug's self-evolving group. This crystal was one of the important resources for the evolution of Life Fortress, and it was also the reason why Yi Xian had come to the lowest level of the fortress. This time, he wanted to quickly upgrade the level of Life